Bird and Mike Salk.
All right, hi, good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Both Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. Don't forget YouTube. You're going to want to be on YouTube today. Bryan Walters is going to be in studio with me for 3 hours from 7 to 10. A couple hours tomorrow for him as well, leading into Mariner baseball, which may or may not occur depending on the weather. But, yeah, a couple days with Bryan Walters, which should be awesome. Media sensation. Bryan Walters, I think we would call him at this point. He's been super intriguing and interesting every time he's been in or on the phone. Always seems to have something to say. And he actually has a lot of baseball thoughts, has been my experience and getting to know him a little bit. So, yeah, today's obviously a big baseball day, and we'll talk a lot of baseball with Bryan and kind of see what he get his perspective on all that, which should be fun. That's a good win. That's a good win for the Mariners last night. That's not in the you are always going to win it category. That's if you lose it, it really feels like a kick in the teeth category. And instead, finding a way, not quite a comeback win because they never trailed in the game, but the momentum was sure against them, right? You take the early lead, explosive once again, and we can talk through what that looks like for this offense. And, unfortunately, you give it back a couple innings later. You get into one of those tight, tense games late on the road where you really don't want to go to extra innings. I feel like that has a major, major benefit for the home team. And instead, you find a way to win the game and do it before then, right? Do it in the ninth with, some of it is them kind of falling apart, which is great. Duran just didn't have it, and he's hitting batters. And, that's a really, that's beneficial. You got to take advantage. But they did. They took advantage, just like they did against. I mean, how crazy is it that the only two late game wins the Mariners have in the last couple of weeks are against Clase and Durant? It's sort of like they were earlier in the season, just beating aces. Like, just, hey, you know what? We're going to do our best work against some of the best guys we see. And they certainly did that last night. That was a pretty impressive ninth inning. And I think it's worth mentioning right off the top, it's a game-winning sac fly for Julio.
And the right-hander's 0-2 on the way to Julio. Swinging a high fly ball deep into right field. This is going to untie it. Wallner going back to the one-he track. He's there. He'll make the catch. Tagging at third. Dylan Moore. He'll score easily. And the Mariners have the lead. 6-5 here in the top of the ninth inning. Julio Rodriguez with a sacrifice fly. Yes, indeed. Unties it.
I will probably end up talking more about this later. I think it's a big deal that Julio had a game-winning sac fly. I do. There's been a lot of talk about Julio. We got into it a little bit yesterday with Jeff Passan. Buster Olney's going to join us this morning at 8:30. We can ask Buster kind of his take on where Julio's at as well. All of this, well, Julio's not living up to expectation, this and that. And, look, I feel like I've been kind of on the forefront of, no, the hitting isn't quite what we want it to be, but he's done so many other things well that, you can, not saying you can overlook the hitting, but it keeps me from getting too upset about it. But also knowing that if Julio hits the way we all know he's at least capable of hitting, this is a World Series contender with Cal doing what he's doing and the starting pitching and everything else. So, yeah, the Julio thing is a big, big deal. How many of these late game situations have we watched Julio not come through? A million, right? He doesn't seem to have or has not had that much success in these close and late situations where you need Julio, you need your guy to come up big. And I think the general thought around it, none of us know why that happens, but the general, I think, common thought about that is he's pressing. He's trying too hard. He wants it too much. He's overswinging. Not that he's nervous, not that he's, nervous that he's not going to get a hit in that spot, but that he wants to so badly that he's overswinging and he swings at everything and it ends up becoming a problem for Julio. Well, I think it should be worth noting then that he comes up big, not with a game-winning hit, not with a game-winning home run, but with a game-winning stay-within-yourself sac fly to right center. That's awesome. And, by the way, on an 0-2 count, Julio strikes out there. I don't think you win the game. I mean, maybe you do because then they got to pitch to Cal rather than walking Cal. So maybe you still find a way to win. I shouldn't say that. Cal, I mean, nobody wants to be pitching to Cal with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Nobody wants that. You can't walk him. You got to pitch to him. So maybe it doesn't matter either way. But Julio doing what he needed to do, what the team needed from him in that spot, I thought was a really nice sign. And in some ways, I'm almost happier that it happened with a little sac fly to right field than with a game-winning base hit or a game-winning home run. Really nice for Julio. Happy for him. Happy for the team. Again, I don't know. You never know what's going to spark a guy. And if they can get that Julio thing going, yeah, I do think that this team has a lot of runway in front of it. They could also go the other way. As I've said a million times, I have no freaking clue what this team is going to do. 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here saying, oh, my God, this better be rock bottom, and they better bounce back from this because they look like trash. And then 2 weeks later, they look awesome. The team that we've watched on this road trip, and honestly, for much of the homestand that led into it, looks like a really good baseball team. The team we watched for the month before that did not. What's the difference? Well, I mean, to be fair to them, they get Logan Gilbert back. They get Luke Raley back. I mean, those things, they got George Kirby back. I mean, those are 3 guys that were expected to be major contributors for them. So that's a part of it. Donovan Solano started hitting. Cal Raleigh continued to hit. Luke Raley has come back and really, I think, added something to this lineup. But like it's hard to put a finger on just like one thing that has happened. Polanco started hitting again. Canzone came up and has been hitting. I think the thing I like most, and I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll say it again. I think what I like most is that the bench guys on this team are now, on the bench and playing that role rather than, playing this something you can get by with for a little while, but not very long. How many times did we have to watch Dylan Moore and Miles Mastroboni both starting in one game? That's not, that's not it. Trust me. That's not it. So now, yeah, all right, you're dealing with the 2 rookies at the bottom of the lineup, Williamson and Young. By the way, Young with a really nice game yesterday. I was ready to come in here and start to have a conversation about whether or not, it had been 3 weeks. Maybe it just, if you really want to win, you might want to send him down and bring back up Rivas and the numbers. And then, of course, he comes up with 2 big hits last night. So don't listen to me. I don't have any idea what I'm talking about with that. But, I mean, you're starting to run out of lineup that is 7 deep with 2 rookies at the 8 and 9 spot who, at the very least, are keeping their head above water. So I liked all of that. And then I'll add one more thing that I like in there. I think Dan's managing has been a lot better recently. I'm trying to come up with a thing that I didn't like from Dan in the last couple of weeks. I don't really have much. I mean, the first few weeks, first couple of months, I thought there was a lot of head-scratching decisions. I haven't really seen those over the last few weeks. He's using Dylan Moore as a pinch runner. Love it. Right? And really using him appropriately. And I think in that way, maximizing Dylan Moore rather than overexposing him against righties or Mastroboni against lefties. We'll see how he uses Luke Raley here in the next couple of weeks. I think I like seeing a red-hot Donovan Solano in the game yesterday against right-handed pitching. I didn't mind that at all, especially because he provides better defense in right field and you get Randy off his feet for the day. I like that. I loved him going to Andres Munoz in the 8th. I didn't think we'd see that this year. I thought Dan was going to be 100% strictly bring in my closer in a safe situation. That's it. Instead, I thought that was absolutely the way to go. Bring him in against the heart of that order and let somebody else take over the 9th. By the way, a lot easier to do when you've got Matt Brash. So I loved that. I thought that was absolutely an important part of them winning that game. So I think yesterday's a really good win for the Mariners. Really good win. They've now won, 4 out of 5 games on this road trip? 10-game trip, so win one more, and you're assured of at least a 500 road trip. And then everything after that is gravy. That's great. And what this team needed, as what Brock said, this is a tough road trip, a contender in Chicago. Now, you'll do look into the fact that Minnesota's reeling, especially starting pitching-wise. But so what? Take advantage. Arizona didn't look too good when you went to go see them, and, they swept you. So Houston didn't look too good when you went there a few weeks ago, and they got hot, and look where they are now. So whatever. Minnesota's struggling. Great. Take advantage. They did. Score another 6 runs yesterday. Awesome. That's 17 runs in 2 games against the Twins, and they're starting pitching, which is a disaster right now. And we'll see whether the next 2 games get played. And then you go to Texas. So, yeah, I big road trip. And you're playing right now some of the best ball I think we've seen from this team all year. I would argue that it's a little funky because you lose the Red Sox series in there. But honestly, since that god-awful sweep in Arizona, they've played, 6? And they played 10 games since then? Does that sound right? 10 games? I think that might be their best 10-game stretch, even if the numbers don't necessarily bear it out. The offense is threatening and explosive. The starting pitching, has been pretty good most nights. Relievers, for the most part, have been tremendous. I think this is the management's been good. Decision-making's been good. Health has been good. Yeah, what I've seen the last 10 games or so is probably the best I think I've seen all year. Certainly the most optimistic I have felt. And it starts to lead to a really good conversation about the trade deadline, which we'll have over the course of the morning. We got to take a break. Come right back with everything you need to know next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy.
Talking baseball with Jason Churchill. Your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family, hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many games like that one last night. The Mariners get up big early, give it back, and then still find a way to win. It was another explosive inning in which they scored 5 runs. Cal Raleigh still finding a way to do damage, even without the long ball.
Here's the pitch to Cal. Swung on, line drive, right field, base hit. Cole Young will score from third. JP checks in at second. Cal Raleigh continues to sizzle, his second hit of the game.
Yeah, the first one nearly left the yard the other way. He just is on fire. No other way to say it. Luis Castillo, tough inning himself. Next thing you know, game was tied up, but the M's got traffic in the 9th. Julio came up big with a huge sac fly, and they go on to win. Ultimately, a good one for them.
Nice win tonight. I thought Louis gave us the 5 innings. I thought they were able to, do kind of what we do. They got some traffic on there, got a couple balls that found holes and able to capitalize on those situations and tie the game up. But he gave us 5 and then turned it over to the bullpen. I thought the bullpen was outstanding tonight. Some crucial at-bats that, they threw the ball well and got some key outs there. Mooney, Brash at the end, just a great combination.
You think? Both guys were just absolutely filthy. Good luck with either of them. So almost entirely good news again for the Mariners last night. The only problem, Houston finds a way to beat Philly. They score a late run to win it 1-0, so no change in the standings. They will have Game 3 in theory this afternoon, George Kirby and Joe Ryan, but the weather does not look good for the rest of this series, so we'll see if they're able to get either of these last 2 games in.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, more details keep coming out in this NFL collusion case. We've heard Russell Wilson's name mentioned quite a bit. Pablo Torre had detailed these text messages where NFLPA president J.C. Tretter was very upset with Russell Wilson for not getting a fully guaranteed contract in 2022 after Deshaun Watson did. He reportedly referred to Russell as a wuss and said he ruined it for everyone. I don't know, man. Some of these arbitrators' notes have come out, and there's a quote here from Russ saying, well, when he tried to sign that deal, they kept saying, we'll do whatever it takes, we'll do whatever it takes. However, after he waived his no-trade clause and his trade to the Broncos became public, I would say shortly after, maybe within the next 10 days or so, they started getting cold feet on doing the fully guaranteed thing. It seemed like it. So, there's a lot of questions about what and why that happened. Was there a level of collusion from the league saying, no, we don't want to do that stuff? Or was it just that Broncos ownership changed and the new ownership was like, yeah, we're not going to do that. Sorry. Weird that Russell Wilson is in the middle of this whole thing, but as usual, probably not a huge surprise.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
By the way, I believe J.C. Tretter is a Cornell guy, much like Bryan Walters. So I guess we could ask Bryan about that. I don't know whether he knows Tretter, but I believe they're both the rare Cornell football player to make it into the NFL. Caitlin Clark, thank you, Maura. Caitlin Clark in town last night. Didn't have a great game, only scored 6 points, but her team did. Fever beat the Storm behind 31 from Aaliyah Boston, who was great last night. 26 from Kelsey Mitchell. Clark, as I said, just 6, but had 9 assists. Skylar Diggins leading the way with 22 for Seattle. Got a chance for the media to meet a new Kraken forward Mason Marchment yesterday. He described his game.
Yeah, I mean that is my game. I like to get on the forecheck and get inside, get pucks back, and strip guys on the back check, and that's stuff I take pride in and like to do well. So if I can help out that way, it's going to be great. But get to the net front and get in the goalie's eyes. That's huge. So stuff like that, small things like that, are things that help win games and help you get playoffs, and so hopefully I can just come in and do the best I can and get to the net.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing that. PWHL, that's the Pro Women's League with the new team here in Seattle, did have their draft last night. Seattle still doesn't have a name, but they selected 6 new players, including forward Jenna Buglioni and goalie Hannah Murphy. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. 253 checking in. Salk, is Harry Ford really blocked? We keep saying Cal needs off days. His value as a hitter has become so critical to the team over the next 3 to 4 years, having Harry Ford split time with Cal behind the plate, and they would each DH the other days, keep both their legs fresh all year. Yeah, I think he's blocked. Sorry. You're not going to convince me on this one. I just don't think backup catcher is a good role for Harry Ford, and I don't know that I want a rookie catcher as my primary DH on days where Cal's not. It doesn't work for me. He seems like a really good kid and a really good player. I would deal him at the deadline. To me, the value of Harry Ford is going to be greater somewhere else than it would be here. You can find a backup catcher. If you don't like Garver, you can find a different backup catcher. There's plenty of them around the league. And yeah, maybe if you want to try to get Cal more DH days, maybe you're a team that invests a little bit more into the backup catcher spot than others do next year when the Garver deal runs out. Fine. Like, I'm cool with that. But I don't know. I don't see the Harry Ford in Seattle. I just don't see it. I think he's blocked. And I would probably be looking to make him the centerpiece of something we do at the deadline. And by the way, I got a lot of deadline talk today. I got a ton of deadline thoughts. I thought a lot more about what Jeff Passan said yesterday, and I think I'm feeling pretty confident in what I would like the Mariners to do. But again, you got over a month. A couple of weeks ago, Minnesota looked like they were a wild card team. Today, they look like they're a clear seller, and maybe they're a part of this deal as well. Some pretty good pitchers in that bullpen, by the way. All right, we're going to take a break. You guys want to hear from Passan? He had a lot to say yesterday about the deadline, about Cal. You'll like some, not all, but it's next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now, the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the big dumpers, big run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers,
certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side, we are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, some time with our friend Jeff Passan of ESPN. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
Michael, I am well. How's flying solo treating you?
It's doing okay. I'm kind of exploring the studio space, so to speak, and I even took on some football questions. Yeah, I'm basically playing two roles today. That's just how I roll, man. No big deal.
I like it. I mean, you haven't you done that in the past, though?
Yeah, I used to do a show by myself for a year. It was a lot more fun with Brock, but for a day or so, it's entertaining to come in and do things. And I do like getting a full 25 minutes to just chat with you. So let's dig into it. And I mean, I could start anywhere, but I think we know you got to start with Cal. It's pretty crazy, man, what we're watching, and
it really is.
It really is. Unsurprisingly, people here are looking for him to be in the conversation for AL MVP with Judge.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not there yet, and that says something, Mike, considering just how great Cal Raleigh has been. I just, if we're gonna do this, baseball makes it very easy. And I understand it's not all about numbers specifically, but Aaron Judge is hitting almost 100 points higher. Aaron Judge is getting on base, 80 points higher, and Aaron Judge has 70-point lead in slugging percentage. Like, just across the board, the numbers are significantly better. And again, I am not taking a single thing away from Cal Raleigh. I acknowledge his superior defense. I acknowledge how difficult it is to play catcher every day, and to do so at the volume he's doing it is absolutely absurd. And all those things warrant consideration in this case. But to me, the numbers offensively just need to be a little bit closer than they are in terms of the metrics as opposed to the counting stats, because he's ahead of him in home runs. He's ahead of him in RBIs. He's ahead of him in the team-dependent stuff. But at the end of the day, that triple slash line is where I begin. And when the difference is as significant as it is, it's just going to be difficult for me, despite all of those secondary things that Cal Raleigh has going for him, to put him above Judge because of the difference in offense.
All right, so let me throw two other ideas at you. One, two questions kind of in one. Do you put any stock into Cal having to do that, playing half of his home games at the worst hitter's park in baseball, while Judge gets to do it with a Mickey Mouse right field in the Bronx? Two, a lot of those numbers from Judge were built in the first month, and our guy Lyle here has pointed this out. Cal, since May 1st, so now, that's almost 2/3 of the season now, has a higher FWAR, a higher WRC plus than Judge. Does that change the conversation at all, that some of it was racked up in just a ridiculous April?
The element of factoring in the stadium absolutely matters to me. Like, when I'm trying to assess a player's value, I do take into account the park. And that's another check in Cal Raleigh's, column. but I didn't know that April didn't exist.
No one's saying it didn't exist, just that, you know.
Well, you're trying to make an argument based around the idea of since this point. Well, yeah. What about the point of March 27th to April 30th, though?
Fair.
Like that's a full month. That is a full month of base. Listen, I am not bigger than using arbitrary endpoints. I have done so before. I will do so again. And if you want to suggest that what Cal Raleigh's done over the last month and a half is something that can be projected forward and that he continues to do that, then yeah, we have a real conversation on our hands at that point. Because I do think if that OPS gap continues to tighten, then Cal Raleigh's got a really excellent case. And frankly, you know, despite what everybody thinks about East Coast bias, about New York media, about all the rigmarole there, people love Cal Raleigh, man. Like, they love Cal Raleigh. They love to say big dumper. They love to watch his home runs fly from both sides of the plate. I don't think that he's going to have a narrative problem in the same way that others, you know, going up against the King of New York might have otherwise. The Cal Raleigh narrative right now is about as good as it gets. You have a guy at a position that doesn't win MVP, putting up MVP type numbers and carrying his team into what right now would be a postseason spot. He is a switch hitter on top of that, which is exciting and fun. And he has a good nickname, and he smiles, and he plays great defense and throws runners out. I can go on and on about how great Cal Raleigh is. And I'm excited that the rest of the country is beginning to see what people in Seattle have now known for a couple of years.
He might end up stealing 20 bags this year.
Dude, I know.
What is
like,
that?
How about a 60-20 season?
That is for a catcher too. I mean, like, that is, he's not fast. I mean, you watch him steal those bases.
No.
It's not because of speed. It's just smarts and understanding the game.
Exactly.
And I think Ewa Jr., Eric Young Jr. has done a pretty darn impressive job as a first base and running coach for this team. We don't talk a lot about that. We've talked a lot about Perry Hill and his defensive coaching over the years. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but can a base running coach have that kind of effect on a team?
Yes, absolutely. And it's a small effect. It's a marginal effect, but the reality is, Mike, if you're stealing bases at a successful clip, and beyond that, you're doing so regularly for a team that offensively, at least until recently, had been struggling. Every little bit matters, man. Every little bit helps you get more runs across the plate, helps you get base runners in better position, helps you, it just helps you all in all. And so, yeah, I will give all sorts of love to coaches who are having tangible, demonstrable effects on their teams, and I think Eric Young Jr. qualifies there.
Cal's right now on pace for 67 home runs for the season. Is there a number that you look at as sort of the defining number for home runs? Do you still look at 61? Does Judge in 22 make you look at 62? Do you look at 70 because of what number do you look at?
Right now, I look at 49 because the most home runs ever hit by a catcher in a season is 48. I'm not going to sit here and think that Cal Raleigh's going to hit 60 home runs.
Okay,
like that is it's a ridiculous number. I think he can. I think it is well within the realm of possibility. But to me, that first number that really stands out is 49, and anything beyond 50 is gravy. And if he actually gets to 60, that is rarefied territory in the history of baseball. Literally only a handful of guys have ever done that.
Is there a number that you look at, though, for sluggers in general? I mean, is 62 now the number you look at? Do you look at 70? What do you look at?
No, and it's 73. It's Bonds, right?
Okay. So it is Bonds.
I mean, he hit 73 balls over the fence, and yes, he was on steroids at the time. We can acknowledge that. And yes, there is an advantage to being on steroids, and we can acknowledge that. But it still happened. Like we can bemoan it if we want, and that is not unreasonable. But to deny that it happened is the same thing as suggesting that Aaron Judge's April should be looked past because we decided maybe it should be. Like, it just that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And I understand why people are aggrieved over what Barry Bonds did, but the record, guys, like, whether you like it or not, that's not going to change.
There have been some surprises with this Mariners team this year. Like, every day there's a new one. Just when you think they're good, they're bad. Just when you think they're bad, they're good. It's not just true of the team. It's true of individual players. Have you seen the splits on Donovan Solano? I know we were just talking about arbitrary dates. Donovan Solano before, what's the date?
Awesome.
May 18th.
May 18th. Before May 18th, had an OPS under 300. He was like the worst player I've ever seen. And since then, he has the second highest WRC plus in baseball. Like, how does that happen?
Yep. I wish I had a good answer to that. I wish I knew how a guy can turn from the worst hitter in the sport to the best hitter in the sport, because that's essentially what he's done. And it's been in a limited number of at-bats, and I think the Mariners have done a very good job of picking and choosing when to roll Donovan Solano out there. But rather than like explain how it's happening, which I am incapable of doing, I'll say this. If a team is going to be successful, it needs the Donovan Solanos of the world to go on a heater for a couple of weeks. That's how you win games. When you're, it's amazing to see what Cal Raleigh's doing right now, and he's on a home run hitting jag and would carry any team in baseball at this point. That's how good he's been. But you need to have a Donovan Solano game. You need to have a Rowdy Tellez game. You need to have a Luke Raley game. You need to have a Ben Williamson game, maybe even a Miles Mastrobuoni game. Like, you just need those secondary guys, your non-stars, to go out there and win games every so often. And it makes the contract that those players sign worth it. If you can get a couple of wins out of them just on the pure strength of what they're doing, and the Mariners certainly got one through Donovan Solano this week, it makes it worth it, not just having him on your roster, but paying him what you do. And those are the little marginal things that make the difference, Mike, between a team that makes the playoffs and a team that doesn't.
Are you buying that Dominic Canzone could be a thing? I mean, I was very skeptical. Kind of seemed like a 4A player to me. Doesn't run real well. Not great defense. Didn't seem to fit what the Mariners were trying to go towards. But, man, since he's come up, Jeff, he looks like a different player. Can a guy figure it out at 27?
Sure. Do I think that that's the case with Dominic Canzone? Way too early for me to say that. Let's put it this way. We put out, Kylie McDaniel and I, a top 50 trade deadline candidates today. And for certain positions, some teams are going to, like the Mariners, if there's an infielder to acquire, they're probably going to be on there, especially a first baseman. But I put some corner outfielders there too. Losing Victor Robles, it was rough. And they have Randy Arozarena locked in left. They have Julio Rodriguez locked in center. But between the DH spot and the corner outfield spot, I just don't look at that right now as being something that Dominic Canzone is necessarily going to hold all the way through the trade deadline. Right now, though, if he keeps playing the way that he has, then yeah, I think he's certainly in the mix there.
Well, I mean, the guy that I think that will probably be out there more often is Luke Raley, and sort of thinking about it before he came back, it's like, I never really gave much attention to the fact that Raley was missing because he's not a superstar kind of player. He's not a star. But boy, does he ever fit the identity of what this team says they want to be about, with the combination of power and athleticism. And I don't know if you've seen him since he's come back. He's kind of shown all of it. maybe that does give them enough flexibility so that if they want to go right field, they can. If they want to go first base, they can and move him to right. He ends up being kind of an important player in all this.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I will say this, though. I still think that the Mariners absolutely need to go out and get a bat at the trade deadline. Do you not agree?
Agreed, 100%.
Okay, so where is that bat?
Well, the nice thing is that
What
bat can play
position?
first, it can play third, it can play right, it can play second. I mean, like, you have four positions pretty open if you want to go get them. So I saw your piece. I know you had Alex Bregman on there who, God, man, that was the guy I really wanted them to go get this offseason. Stick him at third base and just make your team better. I don't know whether that's a realistic possibility, but is there a big kind of surprise move out there for them?
I don't know that there's a surprise move at this point, but I also didn't know Rafael Devers was getting traded, right? So there could be somebody over the next few weeks to emerge. It's interesting now that Corbin Carroll is hurt. You wonder what that does to the Diamondbacks, right? If the Diamondbacks do not have their best player in the lineup for an extended period of time, that's only going to add, I think, to the impetus for them to go out and try and overhaul their farm system through trades, because they've got a number of desirable players who are reaching free agency. Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor would be a perfect fit for the Mariners. Just a guy who he walks, he hits for high average, he's got some power, and best of all, he does not strike out. And those are the guys who, when you're putting together a playoff lineup, Mike, you want guys who are not going to give away at bats, going to put the ball in play, but also capable of hitting it hard.
Is Naylor miserable? I only say this because we watched the series in Arizona where the Mariners were there a week or two ago, and they swept the Mariners, and he was awesome. At times, the best player on the field, certainly the best hitter on the field. He looks like he does not enjoy it. Maybe he doesn't enjoy Arizona. That was the vibe that we all thought in watching him. Is that his reputation, or are we off on that?
I don't think that's his reputation. I mean, he definitely is an animated guy. He's definitely a little different than your average ball player, but no, I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe him as miserable.
He looked it. Maybe he didn't like it where he is. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wanted to go back to Cleveland, but he just, for whatever reason,
Mike, it's great to know that via facial expressions and posture, you are capable of completely discerning a man's mental state.
I do not. I have Brock for that. I don't do that. I speak on behalf of Brock, who's excellent at that. He can tell and we're trying to do that with Julio a little bit right now. We had Angie Mentink on yesterday, who's just awesome. Love Angie. And she was kind of talking through a question that I think has been on our minds, and there's no way to know, but this whole idea of two young guys coming up together. And first here it was Julio and Kelnick, and the pressure on Kelnick as he watched Julio do it while he wasn't seemed to break him. We watched Ackley and Seager, two UNC guys, kind of had the same problem and the same idea when they were both here. Is there a possibility of Julio being affected by the success that Cal is having?
Sure. I don't know that that's the case, though. I wouldn't imagine that's the case, because if he really cares about winning as much as he says, then you look at Cal Raleigh and celebrate it, right? What gets me every year about Julio is we're at the point now where we sit here and say, well, he's not what we thought he was going to be, and ultimately he might not be. And yet he's still a top 25 player in terms of wins above replacement. Like there's a ton of value that Julio Rodriguez brings beyond the bat. And I'm not saying that he will never reach his potential with his bat. Like we got to remember, he's still just 24 years old. So, we're talking about the possibility of Dominic Canzone at 27 having a breakout. Julio Rodriguez is 3 years shy of that. But I think where we should come down is, even if he doesn't have the bat that's an MVP type bat that we thought he was going to, he's still like a 5-win player every season, like consistently so now.
I get that,
and,
Jeff.
And
but Jeff, look, I know that. But if you were to add the Julio bat that we all expect to the season that Cal Raleigh is having, then you start, and with this pitching staff, then you're talking about a World Series type of team.
World Series. Yeah, I know you're not wrong, but I'm trying not to deal with ifs. I'm trying to deal with what's actually here right now. And all I want to say is what's actually here right now is a pretty darn good baseball player.
Totally
and somebody who, frankly, is not a terrible second banana on a team where Cal Raleigh's clearly the guy.
So let's come back to the idea of who the third banana on that team could be, or maybe the second. If it's a Naylor, Gino Suarez, do you try to go out and get both those guys?
Absolutely.
What does that cost? I mean, let's say they do fall out of it. How much does it cost to get 2 months of both of those two guys together?
Harry Ford plus.
I'd do that. I'd do that tomorrow. And in fact, I would like to do it tomorrow, so I got more than 2 months of those guys. I'd like 3.5 months of those guys.
Would you do Harry Ford and Las Montez?
That I would probably say no to, just because of the lack of controllability. I'd want somebody with another year of controllability before I did it. But I do Las Montez and Tyler Locklear.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are the questions.
And by the way, I didn't mean that. I would do Harry Ford and Tyler Locklear. Sorry.
Okay. You would not do Las Montez and Tyler Locklear?
Probably not, but I could have a conversation about it. Like, for two guys, like, what does this lineup look like with both Gino Suarez and Josh Naylor in it with this pitching staff? Yeah, and then you still have something left over to go get a bullpen arm? Yeah, I'm willing to have that conversation.
Would you talk Saintja?
No, not really.
Would you talk Sloan?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, not for 2 months. No. Like, if I'm going to do that, I probably want, and I'll ask you the question, but I would probably want more than 2 months of control. I'd want a year and 2 months. So who is in that category? Sure. Who are the prospective trade candidates that are not just the 2 month guys, but a year plus guys?
I think Ryan McMahon is an option. He is, after this season, under contract for 2 years and $32 million. I do wonder how Ryan McMahon's bat would play in Seattle. Let's not forget, he's been hitting in Colorado all of these years. Beyond that, though, like, if you're looking for a bat, there's not a whole lot in terms of controllable bats. Maybe Luis Robert, and that wouldn't cost a whole lot, frankly. But do you really want Luis Robert at $20 million a year next year and the year after?
No.
Taylor, yeah.
Brendan Donovan?
Not. Taylor Ward. I mean, sure, but the Cardinals are probably not going to trade Brendan Donovan.
Okay.
Like, I have not heard his name once. He's a guy that they want to build around, not move out. Even as they're transitioning toward Chaim Bloom taking over from John Mozeliak as president of baseball operations there, I don't foresee them, because Donovan, it's the same reasons, Mike, that you want him. He's just such a consistently good hitter and so versatile, can play just about anywhere in the infield, can play the outfield. He's a fun player to watch. And I think if they were doing that, the Cardinals probably would want major league ready starting pitching. So we're talking Logan Evans at that point. And it would be a Logan Evans, Las Montez plus type situation. And is that something you'd be willing to do?
I might. I mean, maybe it's Logan Evans and Cole Young who plays the same position, but I'm having a conversation.
JJ Weatherholtz is probably going to be their second baseman of the future, so I don't see them doing that.
Yeah, I think I would do that.
They've got Mason Winn at shortstop. I mean, they would take a third baseman, but the Mariners really don't have like any top third base prospects.
That was Jeff Passan, and a really good conversation with him yesterday as we get closer and closer to the deadline. Buster Olney is going to join us today at 8:30, so we'll continue a lot of that with Buster as well. I'm looking through the glass, though, and I see the smiling face of one Bryan Walters. He's fired up. He's ready to go. He's got Mariners to discuss. His life is changing rapidly. We'll go through it all with Bryan next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners plan for the trade deadline.
You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects?
I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we roll along here. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. No Brock. He's getting ready. He's got the big wedding this weekend. So I'm here until, through Thursday, tomorrow. And then Friday, I'll be out at the wedding as well. So I'll have lots to report back on what the Heward wedding is like. But I got some help. Yesterday, I was very lonely. Today, I brought in help. We'll have him tomorrow as well. Bryan Walters, former Seahawk, is with us for the next few hours. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you brought the football guy in to talk baseball today. That's just perfect. What a plan.
But you're kind of, you know what? I wouldn't have done that if, we told people that I went out and played a round of golf with Bryan, who, by the way, is a stick, as I predicted. People asked me what you shot that day. I didn't know because I did not ask or keep your score, but it was impressive. I know it was under 75.
I think it was a 74.
Yeah.
Because of the back nine.
Yeah.
The Eagle birdie start was
that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, the Eagle birdie part was pretty helpful. Anyway, as we were talking, I realized that, a lot to say about baseball. And I was like, well, if that's the case, we better bring you in here in late June in the middle of baseball season. And lucky you come in as the Mariners are actually playing some of their best ball of the year.
Yeah, I was very happy to know that it wasn't one of the dips. This whole roller coaster ride the Mariners have you on all season is something special. So now, we're at the top of it. This is great. They're on a little win streak here. They're starting to play better. It looks like things are clicking, and I get to talk about that because I don't like coming in here and talking bad about the Mariners. I really don't like
nobody
that.
does.
So this is more fun. Perfect timing for me.
So people know. So you played NFL football. You grew up here. You played at Juanita, right? And you played football, basketball, baseball there?
Yes. Yep.
Went to Cornell, played football and
just football and intramural sports.
Okay.
That.
But have been a baseball guy kind of throughout your tenure.
I love baseball. Baseball was one of my if I could be up to bat every single time, like if I didn't have to sit in the dugout and wait for other people to hit, baseball, I would. It's my favorite thing. But going up to bat, getting a fly ball, diving for something in the outfield. I mean, I like that more than anything in football. I like it more than anything in basketball. It was that's a rush. It's like a fun, instant, just immediate rush. But there's just a lot of standing around outside of that, and so that's kind of why I stuck with football. I gravitated to football. Just a little entertaining. I was a center fielder. I kind of played everywhere. I was middle infield early, then I moved to center because, I hope none of my teammates, pitchers, are listening to this, but our pitching staff wasn't great, and they would just get rocked. So I said, Coach, just put me in center and let me track down some of these balls, please.
That help?
And it helped a little. Not a lot, but a little.
Yeah.
A little.
Scale the fence? Could you scale the fence and make a play?
There's not much scaling fences in high school.
No, not really.
Yeah, there's not. So
even at that Lee Johnson field?
In right field, yes, because that's short porch there. But center field's huge. Nobody goes
that far. Even against your pitching?
Not
even there. All right.
Oh, man. I didn't mean to throw him under the bus.
What is
like
it?
that.
300 feet down the line, and then it's 425
Jeez.
feet to center field.
Yeah, there you go. You just looked those dimensions up like that?
No, I played there all the
okay,
time. so I
perfect.
know.
Yeah.
Lyle went to Lake Washington. you
Oh,
know,
that's
so
true. That's
we've
good.
got
But we used to
some-
have some good battles there. That was always fun, getting Kirkland together and playing at Lee Johnson. Good old.
You don't want to talk to Lyle about it because he's like 15 years old, so it'll just end up driving you crazy how much younger than you he is. All right, so the ups and downs of the baseball season, you brought that up. How do you handle that as a guy who plays football? Doesn't have ups and downs like that. It has some. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't, but not like baseball does with the just sort of almost what feel like almost random. I mean, how does Donovan Solano go from being the worst hitter in baseball to one of the best overnight? And like, there's no explanation for it. Even he's like, no, I didn't do anything different. He just all of a sudden got good again. How do you handle that as an observer of baseball? Are you able to maintain level-headedness, or are you passionately up and down?
No, I think so. You know, when you go to football's different because you have a whole week to kind of iron out the kinks, go through everything, and, hey, what went wrong? Here's the film. Here's this. We got to put this play in. This is what you're not doing well. And you have a whole week of practice to prep and really turn things around. Baseball, I give them a little leadway because you don't have that. You're just out and you're playing the next day. And it's not a lot of time for, hey, this is what we're seeing in your swing. This is, that ground ball you missed, whatever it is, whatever they're fixing, whatever alignment things they're doing. You're fixing them on the fly. You're fixing them in the game. That's the toughest thing in football. When you got to make a halftime adjustment and go out there and you haven't practiced it all week, you don't really know the rep. That's the toughest thing, and that's what these guys are doing essentially because you don't have practice, you don't have time to do it. So I always give them a little bit more leadway. I give them the week to kind of work it out in a couple of games. See how if these at bats are getting better, if they're starting to make the adjustments. And then after a week or so, then you're kind of getting
well, and it's tough because you want to make the right adjustments, but you don't want to adjust everything because then you start tinkering and now your swing is messed. I mean, you can it's such a mental drain. And, who was it? It was Kevin Seitzer who talked about wanting guys that are stubborn, right? And will continue to do their thing their way, so that they're not constantly tinkering and making changes. I'll tell you, we'll end up talking a lot about Cal today. I was listening to Shannon and Charlie Furbush last night on the postgame show as I was driving home, and they were making some really good points about how Cal he doesn't get a tremendous amount of time to think through all of the changes he wants to make day to day. Like he's not, or maybe it was even Stacy talking about this, but they were essentially saying like, look, all the other players who aren't a catcher have all the time between innings, et cetera. They're focused. They can go to the iPad. They can break down the pitcher. Cal's spending all that time worrying about his catching, which nobody else has to think about. Maybe that ends up helping him because he doesn't overanalyze, but when you see Cal on pace for 67 home runs, it really just seems almost more remarkable.
It's so impressive. I have that feeling. You remember when Mark McGwire was going for the home run chase, and he was on national television
98.
every night, and you got up there. I mean, it was almost a guarantee you're going to see a home run. And that's just a thought as a fan. I know it wasn't a guarantee, but you just felt like he was going to hit a home run. Locally now in Seattle, that's kind of how I feel watching Cal. Like he gets up to bat and you're like, all right, like this is going to be a home run. You just have that confidence in it, and that's fun. It's fun to have that because I don't think we've had that in a while. Julio kind of gave it to us a couple years ago, kind of in that big streak he had. But other than that, it's that feeling of just, man, this guy is something special, and he's having the best season of any catcher in Major League history, which is something to be said. But going back to your tinkering and messing with things, and I like to compare it with golf all the time. It's like being on a golf course and you can't fix your swing in the middle of a golf round. It's going to be awful, and that's what these guys have to do. They have to do it in the middle of a season. They got to fix whatever is going wrong, and they have to go up against 98, 99 mile an hour fastballs and make those corrections. And that's again goes where I give them a little bit of leniency.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, ultimately, you got to have production, but it may not be every time. It may not be every week. On the Cal thing, we played a lot of sound. I got a lot of sound here from national folks being asked about Cal as an MVP candidate And Judge, sort of been the de facto answer on this because, he's a Yankee and also he's good, but mostly because he's a Yankee. Dan Plesac and Greg Amsinger were talking about it yesterday, and I agree with them. I think that you've got to look at catcher as a position, and you got to look at T-Mobile.
Right now, I would vote for Cal Raleigh, and I would vote convincingly. What he's doing with the position that he's playing, we've never seen before.
And so many people are lazy about how they look at the MVP. It's like,
look at the OPS.
Judge's OPS and his weighted runs created plus. And stop with all of that. Look, I'll give you, how about this stat? Take this year out of it. Previous 5 years, the ballpark that Cal Raleigh calls home is hard to hit home runs in. Aaron Judge plays in one of the best ballparks to hit home runs in. We are not throwing shade at Aaron Judge. We all love Aaron Judge. He's one of the faces of the game. It's not the face of baseball. But Cal Raleigh, who wears a mask because he's a catcher and he squats and he has to wear a cup every single day, that's not easy living, bro.
Yeah, agreed on all of it. And the ballpark is part. I actually think the catcher thing is even more of a nod to Cal. And in an MVP race, a catcher is more valuable than an outfielder.
Yeah, take last night for instance. You saw him. You saw Vargas get a little bit off when he had great stuff. He was throwing some heat, but Cal was able. He notices this, walks out there, gets him, calms him down a little bit on the mound. He has so much control in every single aspect of the game. And not just like Aaron, not taking anything from Aaron Judge. He's hitting 364, 28. He's having a heck of a season, obviously, but he's standing in right field, making 3 plays a game, 4. How many fly balls do you think? Maybe. Yeah. And Cal is involved in every single game plan. The game plan, more importantly, he's the quarterback out there essentially because he's working with. He's got to know everything about every hitter to be able to call a good game and then go and hit 32 home runs like he's done. So I think there's a lot to say about that, and you can't take that lightly.
And by the way, how about this? I heard this yesterday and it blew me away. Cal Raleigh has DH'd fewer games this year than Aaron Judge. How about that? Judge has been the DH for more games. So as a catcher, Cal's going out there and still playing the field more than Aaron Judge is. Just amazing. We'll continue to discuss over the course of the morning. As I said, Buster Olney going to join us at 8:30 on video. So if you want to see Buster, you certainly can. Find us on YouTube or through the Seattle Sports app. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk with Bryan Walters here on Seattle Sports on 710.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We are together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
That's a good win for the Mariners last night. That's a game we haven't seen a lot of this year. Certainly not recently, where you get up early, you give it back, and then you still find a way to win. Another explosive inning. We've been talking about the explosiveness of this team, and another inning in which they score multiple runs. It was a 5-run inning early. Unfortunately, they gave it back late, and then Julio finding a way in the top of the 9th with the bases loaded.
And the right-handers 0-2 on the way to Julio. Swinging a high fly ball deep into right field. This is going to untie it. Wallner going back to the 1 track. He's there. He'll make the catch. Tagging at third, Dylan Moore. He'll score easily. And the Mariners have the lead. 6-5 here in the top of the 9th inning.
That's all they needed as Matt Brash made it stand up for the save. Brian, I was saying earlier, like, I actually think a sack fly for Julio in that spot is really good for him. A guy that might, quote unquote, over try in those big moments because he wants to come up so badly for his team. In some ways, I like the fact that he didn't need a big hit. He didn't need a big home run. He got it done by just staying within himself.
Yeah, early in that bat, he started off swinging at 2 balls. And you're going, oh, here we go. This is Julio trying too hard again. But you saw his approach change. You saw his swing change. He hit that. It was a 101-mile-an-hour fastball. And Duran left it up. But he just kind of got his bat out there and knew he needed to make contact. And Julio's so powerful. And when you put it with a 101-mile-an-hour fastball, effortless fly ball to deep.
It's a good way of looking at it. When that ball left his bat, I thought it was going to be too shallow.
Yeah.
Right, I thought it was going to be like the one that the Twins hit earlier. The Canzone came in on, and so they weren't able to score. And the next thing you know, that ball is in deep right field, almost at the warning track, and Julio has a pretty easy sac fly. It's a good win for the Mariners for sure. The only problem yesterday is that Houston finds a way to win. Did you say it was Cooper Hummel who ended up hitting the solo shot to win that game for Houston? That's impossible. Cooper Hummel, of all people, unbelievable. They squeak by Philly with a late run to win 1-0. No change in the standings, but Game 3 in Minnesota scheduled this afternoon. Will they get it in? I don't know. The weather's pretty bad there today and tomorrow. George Kirby and Joe Ryan are your scheduled starters.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, I'll ask you about this more, Brian, in Blue 88, but these details coming out in the NFL collusion case. Russell Wilson's name has been out there. Pablo Torre detailing these text messages with J.C. Treader, upset with Russ for not getting a fully guaranteed contract in 2022 after Deshaun Watson did. Look, I don't know whether the NFL is colluding or not. It sure seems like they are. As much as it's been, we've gotten on Russ for a lot of things, I'm having difficulty getting on Russell Wilson for not getting a fully guaranteed contract. Like, how do you blame him for that?
Yeah, he was in a completely different situation that Deshaun Watson was in. Deshaun Watson had 4 other teams interested in him, and so the Browns had to do something, had to make an offer that stood out behind those other 4 teams that were potential trade targets for Deshaun Watson. Russ was already on the Broncos. He already had his contract. He had 2 more years on this contract. He didn't have the leverage Deshaun Watson had. So I don't think a $350 million guaranteed contract was realistic for Russ in the first place. So I'm not a big fan of Treader calling him out for that.
Yeah, I don't get it. I understand that the NFL probably did some shady stuff. Shocker. Right? And it does seem like the steering committee, or the management committee, probably went well beyond what they should be doing in trying to make sure that there were no more guaranteed contracts given out. I don't know if I could end up blaming a player for any of that. Just whether it was Russ or anybody else, like, yeah, they are. I don't know. Whatever. It's been a very confusing situation. I don't know. We'll dig into it a little bit deeper later in the show.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
To watch some Caitlin Clark last night. She and her fever were in town battling the storm. She did not have a good night. Scored just 6 points. Was not a big factor in the game. Did have 9 assists. But she didn't need to. Aaliyah Boston was awesome. She had 31. Kelsey Mitchell adds 26. Skylar Diggins led the way for Seattle with 22. But where are you? Are you following the Caitlin Clark saga? Will you watch if she's on?
Yeah, I'll watch when it's on. Sometimes when it lines up. But it's just, she's the face of the WNBA, whether people like it or not, and I think it's fantastic. Fun to see the arena packed last night. Packed. Everyone there. Lenny Wilkins was there getting ready for his big statue coming out. I think, when's that come out? This weekend?
Soon.
Yeah, it's very, very soon. And so it's just fun to see the energy that she brings no matter what. And she didn't have the game everyone wanted. So that's the other weird thing is, like, people go to see her play, but do you root for her, or do you like that she?
I can tell you, my daughter was rooting for her.
Okay,
I mean, she will root for the Storm in every other game. But not last night.
Yeah,
no,
not last night.
She is 100% behind the fever. From the Kraken perspective, we got a chance to get to know their new forward, Mason Marchment. Talked a little bit about how, he's a physical presence, but also played here for Dallas against the Kraken in the playoffs a few years ago, like Seattle.
Yeah, it was awesome. For sure the fan base sticks out instantly. It was rocking in there for 3 games, and it was a hard building to play in too. So, it's going to be fun to be on the other side of it. And, as the team aspects, I think there's quite a bit of turnover now, but, it's still a lot of guys are still there and competitive guys. And, I'm excited to get started.
Looking forward to that. When you were a player, would you take note of places you visited and the atmosphere that was created in those buildings?
Yeah, you always appreciated playing in spots that the fans were engaged. I think that was the big thing. Sometimes you went to, for instance, not to knock on too much, Jacksonville Jaguars, playing there, and as the home team, by about the second, third quarter, the middle of the stadium was about empty. And it just didn't even, it felt like a practice, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
They had suites right in the middle of the stands and everyone's inside. It's too hot. So the atmosphere, you kind of, you're motivated by the atmosphere as a player. When the fans are in it, the fans are chirping at you, you love it. So I used to love going to play. Kansas City was always fun. Never actually played in Seattle as an away team. I think that would have been fun to experience, to actually get the 12s against me a little bit. Don't worry, I like being the home guy there.
No, but I get that.
But it's just atmospheres make everything, and make it fun.
There is something about shutting up a loud crowd that is very satisfying. Not that I would have any idea. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour.
Draft tonight.
Huh? Tonight? The NBA draft? Wow, Maura, big news. I will be spending a lot of time tonight on that.
We could maybe mention it.
I will be spending a lot of time on that, let me tell you. All right, we have a lot of complicated games on this show. Sometimes we play difficult ones like, which is better. It's tough. You've got to decide which one is better. This one's going to be hard for you. I know you're a Cornell guy, Ivy League guy, but this one's called Buy or Sell. And I'll see. I don't know. I'll try to teach you the rules here during the break. See if you can understand it. And we'll be back with more Bryan Walters next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now, the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and yes, summer means lots of things. Weekend trips, vacation, kids out of school. There really is a lot going on. I get it. It's the same for me, but yeah, that doesn't mean you can let that be an excuse. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can make it so easy for you to lose weight. You won't feel like you're adding on one more thing to your already busy life. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Rowland Smith did it. He lost 30 pounds. Listener, just one of many, texted in a week or two ago saying they were down 42 pounds and still had more to go. Summer is a good time to do it. You'll have more energy. You won't be feeling hungry all the time. You'll eat great meals as well that you buy at the grocery store. Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 local people here to deliver successful results, so why not be the next one? Schedule that 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bryan Walters is in with us today and tomorrow, which is great. Getting his perspective, former Seahawk, local guy, and a smart dude. So I think he's going to be okay with this. We've worked hard to teach him the rules, and Morris presented us with a tremendous version of Buy or Sell.
I'm glad you guys are ready for this.
We're ready for it. Lyle's not ready for it. He's looking for the music. He forgot that we were doing Buy or Sell.
There we go.
There we go. Hello.
Nice.
All right, first up, Buy or Sell.
You know what's crazy about Lyle? When he gets embarrassed about stuff like that, he doesn't blush at all. He totally handles the embarrassment of just like, yeah, I'm just going to get it done. I don't care. I love it about you.
I think I should say thanks, so thanks.
No, it's a compliment. Like,
when you have to be awake to blush.
Oh, Maura.
And there we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
I was honestly saying something nice. Maura's taking shots.
But you're still not blushing.
No, he doesn't blush.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Not a blusher.
I'll take it.
All right, Buy or Sell. Cal Raleigh actually has a shot at MVP.
This is on me, huh? I'm buying this. You have to. I mean, he's the easy number 2 behind Aaron Judge right now, and we just actually earlier made the point that playing catcher should almost give him that boost to actually have a chance to overtake Aaron Judge. I still think Aaron Judge will get it with the 364 average. Impressive. But Cal Raleigh's definitely doing his best to make that push.
Yeah, if the award were handed out right now, the easy answer to this is sell. I would sell that. Cal does not have a shot at the MVP right now. He has committed the unforgivable sin of not playing his home games at Yankee Stadium. So there's no chance. 0 zip zilch. Now, over the course of the next few months, if Judge falls off and Cal keeps doing this, yes, at that point, I would say Cal has a shot. But he's going to have to be so far and away better than Judge that Judge is going to have to. It's like watching a golf tournament. You can keep coming up with birdies, but if the guy in front of you doesn't have a couple of bogeys, it's not going to be enough. I think that's the situation Cal's in, and it has nothing to do with reality, only having to do with just what's real of Yankee Stadium. Sorry.
Did I get this game wrong? Can you buy and sell?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you can.
Yeah. To be honest with you, Brian, I wasn't sure which sound effects to hit there.
Sell. I sell it. He has no shot.
Okay.
Right
Sold.
there we go.
In the back row.
Sold as of today.
All right. Oh, sorry, Lau.
No, that's okay. I'll buy it.
Yeah?
Again, so I don't know how much we got into this on Monday, but Aaron Judge's batting average on balls in play is not sustainable. Like, these numbers of his are going to come down.
Okay.
Nobody hits 444.
Well, then I'll
batting
buy
average
it.
on balls.
At that point, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
But right now, Cal doesn't have a shot.
All right. Yeah. I just think Aaron Judge's war is a little bit inflated right now, and it's going to come down. So.
All right, next up, Caleb Williams as a top 10 quarterback this season under Ben Johnson. Buy or sell?
I'm going to buy it. I do. I think he is the talent. I think Ben Johnson is what he needs over there in Chicago. And even last season, as much of a debacle the Bears were with all that, he still, the numbers wise, he was still okay. He only threw 6 interceptions. That's pretty good for a rookie. I know he didn't take many chances, but I think Ben Johnson's going to get him rolling. We've seen what he did when he was with the Lions, Ben Johnson. Now you get Caleb Williams to do that. They still have a lot of talent. They've upgraded their offensive line a lot. I am buying this. I think he's going to be a top 10. I think Caleb Williams is going to have a great career.
All right. I love what the Bears have done, but I got to think about top 10. Who is already in there? So Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff. Is he going to be better than Goff?
Goff without Ben Johnson. It's going to be interesting.
Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, Herbert. Yeah, he could sneak in there.
I think he could sneak in there.
I don't like Herbert that much.
I don't love Herbert. He's good. Yeah, you know what? I'll say I'll buy it. I think he could do this at the end of the back end of the top 10.
But what makes you top 10?
Right.
Is it how many yards you throw? How many touchdowns?
No, it's
or is
everything.
It just, what's the ranking that you're
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
It's a vibe thing.
It's a vibe, and I think he can do that just with his athleticism and what he can do. I think he's going to be a top 10 guy.
I didn't get enough chance to watch him last year to really have a take on him. I think Ben Johnson's a smart dude, and I think the Bears did a lot of really good things. He is going to be fighting an uphill battle just because he plays for the Bears, and they haven't had a good quarterback in longer than I've been alive.
You know what the ultimate is? What people want to hear is he going to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback? That's what people want.
He can run.
I don't think so. I don't know.
More so.
It would be fun to see them get going because I'd like to see Roma Dunze be able to get the ball a little bit more too. Now, fantasy-wise, I would definitely take him.
Okay.
All right. The M's will have a Gold Glove winner in 2025. Buy or sell?
I'll buy this one. I'll go first.
Sold in the back.
Whoa, I bought it.
Hey, sorry.
I'm confused by this,
Quick
Dave.
trigger over there. No, I'll buy it. Cal will win another Gold Glove. He's such a good hitter that they'll give him a fielding award. So, yes, Cal will win a Gold Glove. I think Julio should really be in a conversation for a Gold Glove in center. He's up again. I mean, Byron Buxton's a really good center fielder. Obviously, Duran's a really good center fielder. There's a few other guys. I would have no problems giving that award to Julio.
Yeah, no, I'll buy this too. And I think when you look at the whole defense as a whole, they're number 2 in fielding percentage in the whole entire Major League Baseball. So there's some good defense being played. So someone's going to deserve a Gold Glove. We know how good Cal is. I don't know if he's having as good of a defensive year as he had last year, but he's still one of the best catchers in the league. And Julio's fun to watch take over center field, as you said. So I'll buy that. Someone out there is deserving of a Gold Glove.
I don't see anyone else who would likely win it on this team. Not at first, not at second, not at short. Ben Williamson, I mean, he's been really good. I'd be surprised if he won a Gold Glove and not in right or left. So it really would just be Cal or Julio. But I think both those guys have a legit shot at it.
All All right. This one might be a little easier for us to answer than Brian. But buy or sell, Brock mentions his new coaching gig in his daughter's wedding speech, Haley, on Saturday.
Wow, that's a good question.
I mean, he kind of takes every opportunity that he can to mention it on the show.
I'll sell this. It's about Haley, not about him. And he'll know that.
Sold in the back row.
You don't think there's at least a mention? Well, I recently started coaching, and that reminded me. No. I'm going to buy it.
Really? No, he won't do that. I don't think so.
Lyle?
I don't know. I know it's his daughter's wedding and everything, but at the same time, you say he knows it's not about him. Interviews aren't supposed to be about you. It's supposed to be about the person getting interviewed, and he still brings it up all the time.
Yeah, I think I don't even really know Brock all that well, but I'm gonna buy it too because I think there's a little nervousness to a wedding speech, right? Just, you don't get to do this, and you're gonna go to your comfort zone, and coaching's his comfort zone, and that's gonna come out.
He's written this out. Come on.
I'm
throwing
sorry. It out there.
None of you guys know Brock as well. I'm gonna say strongly
Sold in the back row.
He will not mention. But I'm gonna laugh my ass off if he does.
You have to send us a text.
Yeah.
As it's going on.
I will.
That happens. Okay.
Yes.
This was a fun one. So Tom Brady won the first inaugural Fanatics Games, which pitted athletes against celebrities in 8 competitions. I think a UFC guy came in second, and then a fan was third. But the competitions are quarterback skills, basketball shooting, which is around the world, soccer goal scoring, baseball pitching accuracy, a washer-dryer hockey shooting challenge, a WWE superstar entrance, a UFC striking challenge, and a closest to the pin golf challenge. Buy or sell that you could beat Tom Brady in any of these.
I'm buying this one too. Easy. Tom Brady. Easy basketball, closest to the pin, got that. Maybe the WWE entrance. I don't know what that's all about. I'd love to see some of these.
I think that's about flair.
Is that just like fireworks? What kind of dance you got? I'd like to say I'm a better dancer than Tom Brady.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to buy that. Hockey's a shootout. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a very good hockey player.
Is that on skates?
Washer dryer, so I'm guessing no.
Not sure on that one.
If it's street hockey, then I'm going to say no. I couldn't beat him in any of these. Maybe on skates I could take Tom. I don't know if he can skate or not. Grew up in California.
True.
So I'm going to say that would be the only one. Other than that, I lose every one of them.
I think I lose quarterback skills.
Yeah, you think?
It's the only one I'm saying.
How about the UFC striking challenge? You think you could be better than him at that?
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as like a dynamic. What is
puncher?
that? Like you're the force of a punch or something? Is that what they're? Yeah, he doesn't strike
You think you
me
could do that?
I think so.
Yeah, I
I've
think
always
he'd still
heard
beat
about
me
how
there.
competitive he is. Wasn't it one of his O-linemen that talked about him chugging a beer when they were all doing contests and they were shocked?
Yeah, he's a pretty competitive dude.
Yeah.
And I think they talked about even just like playing checkers on the plane. Like uber competitive.
Yeah, I don't think I could beat him in any of these things. Which, who had the greatest WWE entrance of all time, though? Are you not a wrestling guy?
No, you know what? I like it. I used to play the video game growing up, but I don't know.
Pro wrestling on Nintendo?
Yeah, it was like WWF.
Oh, that one.
You know, it was like you got together with your buddies, and it was just fun. You just mash buttons.
Okay. I used to play pro wrestling with Starman and King Slender. A couple of people might remember that, but
Never heard of them.
no, that's like the worst Nintendo game. That's like original Nintendo way back. I think the best entrances, I would say Triple H, way up there. I would say, Hulk Hogan obviously was great. Macho Man was great. I thought Jericho would always be great with the Walls of Jericho. There's a lot of good entrances.
Is it the song that makes
Undertaker?
it?
The song, and then like Triple H would do the thing where he'd pour the water and then spit it out of his mouth.
And the crowd's in it.
Yeah.
The crowd's
Wasn't
chanting. Yeah.
The Rock's like the Can You Smell? What
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Rock
that one was great. The Rock obviously is a legend. So, yeah, I mean, there have been a million good ones.
Well, that would be. I would honestly like to go to that Fanatics games and watch the fans compete against us. All right, we have another football one here. Sam Darnold's sack total will be under the 50 that Geno Smith had last season. Buy or sell?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy. I'm buying everything.
So you think it's gonna go down?
It's gonna go down. Offensive line's gonna be a lot better. But the other thing you see about Sam Darnold that especially showed up when we saw Sam Darnold play against the Seahawks. When was that? Week, whatever it was, 14, 15 last season. Sam Darnold tends to move forward. you see that a lot. When he steps up in the pocket, his shoulders are going forward. He's always moving toward the line of scrimmage, which will limit some of these sacks. I think Geno Smith he's tended to move backwards. He tended to get on his back foot, move back. Sometimes you saw these 15-yard, 20-yard sacks because that's how we avoided pressure. And I'm not saying either one's right or wrong, but I think that when you move forward, you're more likely to get tackled for 1-yard gain as opposed to a 10-yard loss.
Right. So it's still not a great play.
It's not a great play, but you're going to avoid the big loss, and I think it'll limit the sack number. But more importantly, the offensive line is going to be a lot better.
I'm not convinced of any of that, so I'm going to sell this.
Sold in the back row.
Oh, hold on. What about empty? We're not going to see a lot of empty formation. Just 5 linemen. The offensive scheme is going to be so different that Sam Darnold's not going to be just sitting there on. It's just.
I got to see it first. I'm sorry. I got to see it before.
And we're going to run
it.
the ball more, less passing.
Yeah.
We're not going to throw 40, 50 times a game.
I guess that's true. That should help. All right. You know what? You convinced me. I'll buy it. There you go. Great job, Maura. Thank you. A very good buy or sell. Yeah. No, that's probably the best argument, right? Is that they're actually going to run the ball, and you can't get sacked on a running play.
Yeah.
Right? Like you have to at least call the passing plays in order to get sacked. I really don't know what to think about the move from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold, and I feel like I just need to see it with my own eyes before really forming opinions. I was never a big Darnold fan in college. He busted out, obviously, with the Jets and Carolina. He had a tremendous year last year. It's really hard to know what he's going to be.
Yeah. And here's what I keep banking on is everyone I've talked to in Minnesota that was around him, that worked with him, that coached him, they love him.
Mm-hmm.
They had nothing but good things to say about him, his work ethic, his arm. He can make all the throws, his athleticism. Surprisingly, I didn't know he was an athletic guy, but they raved about him, which to me is great. I mean, that excites me because we're just in this big old, I don't know, fog. We just don't know what we're getting. The offense is completely different, just a big question mark. So when I hear that, because they don't have to say that. They can say, oh, good luck with this guy, as we've said for other players that go to other teams. Oh, yeah, good luck. All right, yeah, you'll enjoy him, with the big eye roll. So
right.
That's something that I'm excited about. And I think as you just see this offense get actually full speed reps in pads, start working, I like it. I like what they've done. I think the whole offensive changeover has been a great thing.
We'll dig into it a little bit deeper later in the show, and I just kind of want to talk through what they've done throughout this offseason. Right now, though, we'll be a little more specific. I got 3 good football questions. We call it Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
I kind of addressed this yesterday, but you played with the man, and we've heard you comment on him quite a bit. This quote from J.C. Tretter, the head of the NFLPA, or former head now, but when he was the head of the NFLPA, calling Russell Wilson a wuss. Was Russell Wilson a wuss?
No, I think that's there's just a lot of things you could probably call Russ, but wuss is not one of them. I think he played through a ton of injuries. You could always count on him to be on the field, and that's if wuss is, we're talking just like physical, just playing through and being tough. No, he is not a wuss. That whole situation, I don't. J.C. Tretter was a teammate of mine actually at Cornell. He was a freshman when I was a senior. I don't know why you'd come out and call him out like that. I don't like that. I don't like that approach. Just given the whole situation that Russ was in compared to, he compares him to Deshaun Watson's contract situation. They're completely separate things. They're totally different situations. Russ got paid. I can't blame him for that. That's good for him. So, but a wuss? No, Russ is not a wuss. You can always count on him to be on the field. He played through a lot of things. I think this was the first year our injury really held him back with Pittsburgh. Right?
He had the finger injury at the very end here in Seattle, and even then he bounced back pretty quick. Yeah. He had maybe a game or 2 in Denver and then in Pittsburgh, but for most of his career, didn't miss a game.
Yeah, he spends a lot of money on keeping his body right and making sure he can be on the field, and that's a good thing, good for him, but he is not a wuss.
You can make fun of the high knees that he was doing to try to get ready. You can discuss make fun of the way he tried to not be a wuss, but Russ is not a wuss. I don't know. That one really kind of got under my skin. Question number 2. Speaking of that, though, when you were a player and just being in locker rooms, how much did players pay attention to other players' contracts, to what the union was doing, to the situation between the players' union and the league. How much conversation did you end up having about that?
Not a ton, but more importantly, as far as other players' contracts, especially your teammates' contracts, you always wanted to see your teammates get paid. That was it, no matter what. And I think we talk about, this guy's holding out for his teammates are going to hate him for this. No one really cares. They understand why you're doing it because it's a big life-changing event for these guys trying to hold out and get a bigger contract, get the money that they're supposedly deserved. And so no teammate's ever gonna be on another teammate about that kind of thing. And the union issues, that's so far out of. There's so few people that are. I guess part of all that, we get a vote every once in a while for something. They come in and tell you what's going on, and you kind of brushed on the rug. We're there to play football.
Were you were playing during the lockout, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What was that like?
Was fun.
That off season of kind of uncertainty.
Honestly, that off season was my favorite off seasons. And what's funny? I could talk about this one forever. Who I became very close with that off season was Matt Hasselbeck and John Carlson. I was with San Diego at the time. In fact, I just saw Matt Hasselbeck at the draft party and over at the what's the music place called in Seattle? I'm blanking.
The
Mopop.
Mopop.
And we were talking about the lockout, and Matt had a little epiphany. He goes, "You know what? You weren't even on my team. You were on San Diego." He thought I was on the Seahawks at that time. He said, "I forgot you were with the San Diego Chargers. We used to go work out at UW every day, and going into that season was the best I've ever felt." Going into a season as far as physical ability, ready to go. So I like the lockout. I wish it was kind of like that every single year.
Give me a lockout every year.
Lockout every single year.
You wouldn't say that if you're doing radio, I'll tell you that much. Question number 3. So just coming back to the Seahawks team and what to expect. One of the it's a good challenge to have is how they're going to utilize the guys in the secondary. Devin Witherspoon's a nickel guy, but he can play on the outside. They bring in Nick Emanwari, who they seem to like in a lot of nickel situations. How do you deploy your resources in this secondary?
This is going to be a fun one for Mike McDonald to have so many different options. And you have Julian Love in that mix as well. Even Kobe Bryant can step in and play nickel. And so you just have these interchangeable guys that you can play everywhere. It's almost like you have 3 Kyle Hamiltons, something that we saw Mike McDonald really succeed with, a guy like that. So once we get into more full speed stuff and you get to see where they're going with this, it's going to be just fun to see who's how I bet you Devin Witherspoon's going to be a big blitzer this year, a lot more than we've seen, because you have people on the back end that can cover him. You have a Emanwari that can play nickel, that can man up someone if need be. There's just it's awesome. I'm this defense is going to be really exciting this year. That's it. I can't talk enough about it. I think this is going to be. I don't think it's going to be quite to the 2013 defense that we had, and that's big shoes to fill there. But I think it's going to be very, very close. It's going to be very good. I know that's some high expectations to put on it, but just watch. It's going to be fun.
That's today's Blue 88. To follow up on that, Emanwari is what to you? Like, how do you view Nick Emanwari?
Now, I'll start with this. He's a rookie.
Right.
He's a rookie, so I'm not going to put all my cards on him yet. I think there's going to be some development things. He's going to have to mature as a rookie always has to do. So I'm not expecting him to come in and be an all pro. But I do think he's going to bring a little size to that secondary, a little bit of meanness, I guess. That Devin Witherspoon has that meanness, but he just doesn't have that size, which is nothing. No knock on him. It's just something. Pound per pound, he's the meanest, probably the meanest defender on the team, but he just doesn't have the size. So I'm excited to see him in Emanwari, a guy that he's compared to Cam Chancellor, a guy that can kind of bring.
Have you
that.
Seen him in person?
I have, yes, yeah.
It's funny after all of the Cam comps, I feel like I ended up being a little disappointed when I saw him in person because he does not look like Cam Chancellor. That's not fair to anybody. Cam Chancellor looked like if you took shoulders and put them on top of Emanwari's shoulders, then you'd get Cam. Like, Cam was giant.
Here's what I'd say.
He's not Cam.
But we didn't see him in pads. People look different in pads. You're over there in just a jersey and helmet. Sometimes when you put that helmet on top of no pads, it makes your shoulders look small.
Long sleeves and pants too, baggy. Yeah. Like, it's hard when you see him in something where you can see that he's ripped. It might look different.
Cam is a different human being.
Cam is a different human being. He is, but the comparison is there. You're 225, 230 pounds. That's about what Cam played at. I think 235 maybe Cam was at. and it's very close. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. And
I'll keep an open
I
mind
will
on
say
that.
this: he's faster than Cam.
Well, yeah, I mean, that for sure, which is why you see more of that nickel kind of possibility with him. You mentioned one other name there, and it's not a one we mention very often. You mentioned Kobe Bryant's name. He stepped into that safety spot last year, and I think kind of surprised everybody. He wasn't supposed to be there, right? They had brought in Jennings and a couple of, and he ended up beating them all out and really being a steadying force in the secondary, I thought, last year.
Yeah, I mean, the more you can do, too. The fact that Kobe Bryant was able to step into the safety spot and make the move, switch to safety after being one of the best corners in the league in college. That, when he was drafted, did he win the top corner award?
He did. I forget what that award is called because I'm terrible with the college awards. But yeah, he won it playing opposite Sauce Gardner.
Exactly.
The Thorpe Award.
Thank you.
Thorpe Award. There it is. He won it opposite Sauce Gardner, which is impressive in itself. And then he's asked to switch to safety. He stepped into that role, and I'm just impressed. That's to have a guy on your team that can fill any spot in that secondary is just invaluable, and that's what he's done. And you expect bigger things, and he got the chance. That's the thing about most guys in the NFL. If you get the chance, and you're going to grow, you're going to learn, you're going to get better. And I think Kobe Bryant has all the athleticism in the world, all the ability in the world to just keep getting better. We expect more of him this year.
All right, good stuff. Bryan Walters is here, former Seahawk, of course, but we're also talking a lot of baseball today. We have Buster Olney who's going to join us at 8:30. We'll talk trade deadline with Buster. We did it yesterday with Jeff Passan, and after thinking through it and talking to Jeff yesterday, I got probably two names and then a third idea that are really starting to intrigue me. I'll explain who and why next on Brock and Salk.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week.
A .417 average. OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American. Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going and going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Something amazing is happening in meteorology. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure to pre-configured Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights to run more accurate forecast models. So it's almost like they're controlling the weather themselves. Lenovo and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo client.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, trade deadline talk. It's my favorite. You know the trade deadline is my favorite day of the year, and the Mariners are putting themselves in a conversation for this year's trade deadline to be a very interesting one. A week or so ago, we're sitting here saying there are no sellers, but I'll tell you what, a week later and things have changed just a little bit as a couple teams have started to drop out, and we'll see where this goes in the next few weeks. Bryan Walters is here with me. Couple of names that intrigue me after talking to Jeff Passan yesterday, and Buster Olney is going to join us here in 30 minutes, so we'll talk more with Buster. Let's start here. I want to start, I think, with the guys in Arizona. I'm going to give you kind of 2 teams and 3 names, but let's start with the guys in Arizona. The idea of Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez is just too tempting for me to pass up. Passan said yesterday that Naylor would be a really good fit.
Just a guy who he walks, he hits for high average, he's got some power, and best of all, he does not strike out. And those are the guys who, when you're putting together a playoff lineup, Mike, you want. Guys who are not going to give away at bats, going to put the ball in play, but also capable of hitting it hard.
Okay, that was Jeff yesterday talking about Josh Naylor. Now, I know Naylor got hurt. Actually, so did Gino Suarez. I don't think either injury is particularly serious. I think they're going to be back out there soon. Corbin Carroll is hurt, and that may be more serious, and that's probably bad news for Arizona, which is good news for the Mariners. If you want to do anything, root against them right now. I would really like to see the Mariners trade for those two guys together. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. Then Mike Hazen, their GM, said, well, I don't think I'm going to be trading. We're probably going to be buying. But it doesn't look that way. It's really hard to imagine that that's going to end up happening. I think here's why I say it. Look at this lineup. I'm going to read you a lineup. Brian, Mora, Lyle, tell me this isn't a playoff lineup. JP leads off, having a 400 on-base percentage this year. Julio, Cal, Josh Naylor. Let's go Gino Suarez, 5th. Randy Arozarena drops down to 6. Luke Raley's your 7-hitter. Jorge Polanco, with the year he's having, drops into the 8th spot. And then at 9, you've got, Dylan Moore, Cole Young, whoever's playing second base. That would change according to the day. You probably would still have some days with a righty come in, right, for Raley. But in general, that's a really good lineup. Like, that is a lineup that can compete with most of the lineups in baseball, don't you think? If you were to add those two guys for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it gets up there, for sure.
I'm not saying it is the number one lineup in baseball, but isn't that a top 5, 7 lineup? Like, that's a playoff lineup.
It strikes way more fear into an opponent's eyes and a pitcher's eyes than I would say the current iteration does. Not that they haven't had a good few games, but we've seen how up and down they've been, especially at the corner spots, and those fix your corner spots for the rest of the year.
It really does. And it doesn't, by the way, like, block them forever either. Like, it fixes them temporarily, but it doesn't block them forever. So what do you have to give up to get those guys? We were talking through it yesterday, and I'll just say, for me, I would say Harry Ford and Tyler Locklear, and I think that gets it done. Ford and Locklear. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know exactly how Arizona values those guys, so there's no such thing as like, well, this is fair, so it happens. But I think that's enough for two guys that you're only getting 2 months of club control on. Do I want to give up Harry Ford? No. Is it a little bit of an overpay when you're giving up a top prospect at the catching position? Yeah, but I think he'd be worth more to Arizona than he would to you. So yeah, that's a deal I would try to make, and I would call Arizona immediately and try to call them every day, because the earlier you make that deal, the more value it has to you.
I have a hard time seeing them getting both of these guys.
What is it about it?
I think there's just too much. There's going to be look at the Red Sox. Red Sox are going to be all over Josh Naylor. They need a first base. There's going to be other teams wanting these guys as well. And so I think you're going to spread yourself a little thin, given a couple of your minor league guys for both guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Diamondbacks are probably better off as a team to spread them out. Hey, Naylor's going this way for a couple prospects from this team. And then, Suarez is going this way for a couple more prospects from this team. So that's where I see it not happening, just from the Diamondbacks.
I think the idea, though, with offering them Harry Ford is that's a better prospect than either of those guys are going to get on their own. Like, you're talking, again, baseball teams have not been real willing to give up a lot for a 2-month rental. They'll give up a lot for a year and 2 months or 2 years and 2 months. And I think the fact that you only get these guys for 2 months keeps the price low enough. And Harry Ford's a good enough prospect. I don't know. I'm not convinced that wouldn't end up getting the deal done. So that's half of this. Half of this is the bat. Sorry, Lau. Go ahead.
The only thing I'd push back on is, do the Diamondbacks ask for maybe something more like Arroyo and Locklear? And I ask that because Gabby Moreno's really good, and they have him at catcher for a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they need Harry Ford the same way the Mariners feel like he's a little bit blocked.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's Arroyo and Locklear. Like, I don't think I'd be giving up both Ford and Arroyo. Those just too valuable. But Locklear and Arroyo, if that's their preference, right. I'm willing to give up one good prospect, and Tyler Locklear, I think, is a way to structure something like that. If it's a different person other than Ford, fine. But maybe then that gives you the opportunity to go do deal number 2, which for me, I think you're looking at it right now in the Minnesota Twins. That team has gone south fast, and they have a god-awful starting rotation, and you've seen the problems with it here in the last 2 days. Angie pointing out yesterday the number of guys with ERAs over 6. They're giving up like 9 runs a game during this month. I mean, they've been awful. Absolutely awful from the starting pitching spot, and it's destroyed and derailed a pretty decent team. They actually have some pieces that would fit the Mariners, and they've made deals with them before. I would love to pick through that bullpen. Griffin Jax would be the guy that, to me, would be like a number 1. That's who I'd want. I don't know if they're dealing Griffin Jax, but how about the guy you saw last night, Juan Duran? Would you give up a prospect for Juan Duran? You get him for 3 years. And the reason I bring up him and Jax are both, I believe, the same amount of club control. Both guys will be entering arbitration seasons next year, but Jax doesn't have the save, so he's not going to get paid nearly the same way Duran does, so I don't know if the Twins want to give him up. But if you had a shot at John Duran to add him as a middle reliever on this team, as the third reliever after your two guys, Munoz and Brash, you willing to give something up to bring in John Duran?
I could see him giving up Ford for a reliever, but the thing is, I don't think that's I think the main thing for the Mariners, the one thing they have to do is get a bat. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can survive with this pitching staff, with the relievers they have. I mean, like a guy like Vargas, we saw him last night. When he's on. He's tough to hit. He's got some nasty stuff, and I think that's going to continue to get better and better as he gets those reps in there. But I just don't think that getting a reliever isn't the priority. You got to get a bat. You got to find a way to get rid of these inconsistencies in the lineup. Get rid of this roller coaster ride of the season where you can have a little bit more production every single night.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the priority is a bat. It has to be a bat. I don't know. I just can't see him going any other direction from a bat.
I mean, yes, I would agree. Yeah, the first thing I led with is a bat. Yeah. And I like the Arizona guys more than the Baltimore guys right now. Ryan O'Hearn's a good hitter, but he's not been a consistently good hitter his whole career. He's like a hot hitter right now. Josh Naylor's been a good hitter and a hot hitter. I would rather go in that direction. And of all these names, he'd be my number one. But look, man, I don't want to say – I'm not saying that Carlos Vargas couldn't have a good postseason or a good September. But who would you rather see come into a game in September, Carlos Vargas or Juan Duran? And by the way, it doesn't eliminate Vargas. Not like he's off the team. You're just bumping those guys down.
That's true.
That's why I love the idea of a reliever. And Lyle, you've been all over that for a while, and I can't disagree with you.
Yeah. I mean, I'd give something up for Yohan Duran in a second. The only thing is, don't you think the Twins would trade Jax before Duran? I get the money part of it, but man, Duran is so good.
I don't think so. Yeah. I think they wouldn't. Yeah, because it's the Twins. It's the Twins. And I'm not saying that they're a dumb organization, but they don't have any money. We just went through this. They're up for sale. They're in debt. They have a major debt problem, right? $350 million in debt off of, what was it, a $1.7, $2 billion valuation? I forget the exact number, so, excuse me if I don't have it quite right, but you get the idea. They're in debt, man. They're like up against the MLB debt ceiling. So who's going to cost more next year and the year after that and the year after that? Duran. Who do they get more for? Probably Duran. So, yeah, if I'm the Twins, I think they're probably dealing Duran before they deal Jax. I'm not saying I wouldn't prefer Jax. I think Jax is awesome. That's kind of where my idea started as I was watching that game last night. But just thinking through it, I think they're probably more likely to deal with Duran.
Yeah, it's tomato. Both those guys are really, really good.
Yes.
It's just the pure stuff of Duran. That's all.
Take either one.
Here's the thing, though. The Twins, what do they need? They need starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to give up any starting pitching for any of those guys. You're not going to give up a starter, one of these elite starters you have. Maybe not elite. Are you going to give up a...
For 3 years of Yohan Duran, would I give up Ryan Sloan? Maybe. I might.
But are the Twins going to do that?
Yeah, they might. They might. For a legitimate, up-and-coming starting pitcher, top 100 prospect. Yeah, they might do that. I don't know exactly what it takes, but you got a really deep farm system. You got a lot of dudes, and if they are valued elsewhere, look, Jeff said this. I'm going to just finish on this note, and then we got to go to break. I'm sorry, but Jeff said this about the Mariners.
I think that I'm not there yet, Mike, that the Mariners are in a place where they should stretch themselves, right? I think they have shown flashes of being that team. I think they have that team within them, but they're still just 3 games over 500. They're still the team that, a couple of weeks ago had steam coming out of your ears.
100% true. But Jeff himself is the guy who said you got to take a risk. You've got to do something uncomfortable. You've got to go beyond. And as I look around the AL Central stinks other than the Tigers. The AL West is absolutely not great. And the East is good, but I haven't seen any of those teams that have made me say, oh, my God, it's not worth it. And if you were to add hitters to this lineup to make it more consistent, Yeah, I do think you have a shot at it. I do think it's worth it, and I would be willing to do some of those things that we just talked through. I'm sorry, we got late. We got to take a break. We'll come back. We'll do everything you need to know. We'll talk to Buster Olney about this at 8:30. Bryan Walters is here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the big dumpers, big run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with a Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money, but it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. And that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Very good win for the Mariners last night. One of those wins, especially coming off what they did in Chicago in the first night in Minnesota, that's kind of got me, I don't know, it's got me back on board with a lot of big eyes about where the Mariners could head now. That's a good quality it wasn't a comeback, but after they allowed the other team to come back, they didn't panic, found a way to get it done late. You had Cal Raleigh, part of the big explosive inning, not with a home run, but with a big single. Donovan Solano continues to rake.
Here comes the 3-2 to Solano. Swung on, line drive, base hit, center field. Cal's going to score easily. Here comes Randy around third base. He's being waved. The throw is cut off. He will score. Donovan Solano, a 2 RBI base hit. The Mariners a crooked number, 5 on the board. It's 5-0 M's against Minnesota. Solano continues to scorch for the Mariners.
Just so bizarre. Did you see yesterday on Twitter the Donovan Solano apology form from Mariners fans?
Have you seen those apology forms before?
No, I'd never seen it. I thought it was funny.
It's a thing when when somebody kind of proves people wrong.
Yeah.
Those apology forms get put out on Twitter.
I thought it was pretty good. A pretty good Donovan Solano apology form. Anyway, Mariners get traffic in the 9th. Julio Rodriguez comes up big with just an incredibly important sac fly, and so Mariners get a really nice win in Minnesota.
2 sac flies for Julio on the night, which is just good to see. Just situational at bats, knows what he needs to do, not trying to do too much. And so if you can get Julio that mindset, I think that's going to be fantastic for him. But also Solano, the thing is how he's playing in defense too.
He's pretty good defensive first baseman.
Yeah, for being thrown out there at first base, and obviously that's a little bit of a hole for the Mariners that we're looking for him to address at some point in the trade deadline. But in the first inning, he made that little double play, nice little scoop, double play, got back to first base, little things like that. They add up. So Solano's been quite the surprise so far.
Well, certainly after that first month, my Lord. Houston, though, wins. They beat Philly 1-0. No change in the standings. They'll have Game 3 in theory in Minnesota today. George Kirby and Joe Ryan. Weather threatening. So we'll see what today and tomorrow actually look like.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We've had details coming out in that NFL collusion case. Russell's name was, of course, mentioned. We got the Pablo Torre report about J.C. Treader referring to Russ as a wuss, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, here's a portion from the actual testimony. Quote, in 2022, after a career as a Super Bowl winning and all-pro quarterback for the Seahawks, Mr. Wilson decided to waive the no-trade clause of his existing contract so that he could play for the Broncos. Mr. Wilson testified that early in the discussions with the Broncos, he requested a 7-year, fully guaranteed contract of around $50 million per year, and, quote, they didn't blink. As Mr. Wilson explained, they kept saying, we'll do whatever it takes. We'll do whatever it takes. However, after he waived his no-trade clause and his trade to the Broncos became public, I would say shortly after, maybe within the next 10 days or so, they started getting cold feet on doing this fully guaranteed thing. It seemed like that. It goes on, and maybe the change in ownership is a big part of it, but the idea here is that the union thinks they did it because there was collusion, that the NFL said, hey, no more. We did it once. We don't ever want to see it again.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that. But one thing for sure, it's a good thing that the fully guaranteed didn't go, because that would be two terrible fully guaranteed deals for quarterbacks in the NFL with Deshaun Watson, and then you would have the Russell Wilson one. There would never be a guaranteed deal ever again. So might have been a good thing, hindsight.
I still don't think there's ever going to be a guaranteed deal ever again.
I think it's going to work.
Tried it once with Deshaun Watson. It was
way.
such a disaster.
It was.
The owners are just too powerful. They're too smart. I don't see that happening.
I think it'll get there.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Fever beat the Storm last night. Caitlin Clark in town. Didn't have a great night. Only 6 points, 9 assists. But, Leah Boston carried it. 31 points, 26 from Kelsey Mitchell. And Skylar Diggins leading the way for Seattle with 22. NBA draft is tonight. NHL draft, I believe, is on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And the Kraken have a number 8 pick in that draft, so we'll see what direction they go. They seem like they're looking for toughness, for just physicality, and they got it in Mason Marchment. He described his game yesterday as he met the media.
Yeah, I mean that is my game. I like to get on the forecheck and get inside, get pucks back, and strip guys on the back check, and that's stuff I take pride in and like to do well. So if I can help out that way, it's going to be great. But get to the net front and get in the goalie's eyes. That's huge. So stuff like that, small things like that, are things that help win games and help you get playoffs, and so hopefully I can just come in and do the best I can and get to the net.
Undrafted guy. You like a good undrafted guy?
I do love that. I get all my hockey updates from you.
Okay.
Right when I get in here, a little hockey rundown, and you were super excited about this guy.
Yeah.
So now I'm super excited about this guy. Sounds like he's exactly what they need. A little more physicality and can hold his own in there and kind of stand his ground.
He's an annoyance. He's a pest. He gets in the other team's face. They need a little bit. Got to be hard to play against.
Yeah.
Who was the most annoying person you played against?
Annoying person I played against. Oh my! I'm forgetting his name. I can picture him. He was the nickel corner for the Broncos when I was in. What's his name? Why can't I?
More will think of it.
Big time name. We'll know it. I'm just blanking right now.
Okay.
He was one of the Harris.
Chris Harris.
Chris Harris. Thank you, Chris Harris Jr. I think, right? Is that what it was?
Chris Harris. Yeah.
Chris Harris. But he was a pest. He was good. And as a slot receiver, you're in and out. He was all over you. He was a really
trash
good
too.
Nickel corner.
Get in your face.
No, not too bad.
Okay.
But I just lining up against him was. I always felt very confident, no matter what. Lining up against anyone, like, okay, I got this guy. He was all over. He was a good corner.
Love it.
I give him that.
All right, that's everything you need to know. He's Bryan Walters, going to be with us for the rest of the show today and tomorrow as well. Former Seahawks wide receiver, of course, Super Bowl champion, and we got a lot of baseball to talk. We'll do some football in the 9 o'clock hour, but Buster Olney is going to join us next, one of the great baseball writers out there. The trade deadline is coming up, and the Mariners have a lot of possibilities in front of them, so we'll ask Buster about that and more next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one, the only Tim Kirkchin is with us. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm just as confused as you are about the Mariners, if they're going to get really good or not.
Is it hard to understand where their needs truly are as we approach that trade deadline?
This team is due for a great stretch of great starting pitching. If they can score a few runs, maybe they can really make a playoff berth in the American League.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, guys, the hotel is opening up August 8th, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Well, that new hotel is already taking reservations. You got to go to snocasino.com and book a hotel room because they're opening August 8th. The expanded non-smoking gaming floor, big destination spa, 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants. Yeah, it's all at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with the Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it was just a couple of weeks ago we were looking at it and wondering whether the Mariners were going to be able to hang on to this thing. And man, if they ever bounce back, and now all of a sudden the offense looks like the strength. Bryan Walters in for Brock today, and great to catch up with old friend Buster Olney of ESPN, who joins us now. Good morning, Buster. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to talk with you again. How's it going?
It's going good. The ups and downs of a baseball season, right? I mean, you haven't been on a – when was the last time you were on a beat, doing a beat every day?
Beat every day, 2001 Yankees.
Wow.
But I think that to your point about, sort of the ups and downs, that's the American League this year.
Yeah.
Like it feels like there are a lot of teams that are kind of in the middle, and you're going to have ebbs and flows and streaks and, some up and down. And to me, it's almost a little bit, the American League is like flipping a coin over and over and over again, where you're going to have your little runs of 4 straight heads or 4 straight tails. Because all these teams are pretty close together, generally speaking.
Well, the Mariners are clearly in that boat. Honestly, 2 weeks ago, I was looking at this going, I don't know how this is going to work. The offense was back to being anemic, and the pitching staff had been even up and down. And now, watching them go, I mean, not against bad teams. They go to Chicago, and they beat the heck out of a really good Cubs team. What do you make of this Mariners team in general?
I think that they're among – I mean, I do believe that there are just so many teams in the middle, and they're almost the point of hard – it makes it hard to define them all. Like, what are the Boston Red Sox, who you just saw in Seattle?
Mm-hmm.
What are the Toronto Blue Jays? I think the Mariners actually have one of the better chances to break out of that pack. Because of their potential ceiling for their pitching once they get that in order, because of the fact that their centerpiece star is having the greatest season that we've ever seen from a catcher in the history of baseball. A month ago I would have told you that there was no chance anyone was going to compete with Aaron Judge for the MVP award, but Cal Raleigh, it's crazy how great he is right now. We're comparing him with the likes of Roy Campanella and Johnny Bench and Yogi Berra, and you're going through, and the numbers for him are favorable.
So how relevant is his position to an MVP conversation? Because I think any debate that goes towards Cal, you've got to value the catcher spot, right?
Much in the same way that I think that, Shohei Ohtani got extra consideration because he was a two-way player, because of the importance of, okay, this was his impact as a pitcher, and here his impact is as a hitter. In the same way, not only is Cal, doing what he's doing offensively, putting up these crazy numbers, we're wondering if he's going to finish the year with 55 or 60 home runs, but he also is considered, as you well know, one of the elite defensive catchers in baseball, someone who, is the backbone of what they're doing with their pitching staff. So it absolutely is a factor, to the point that, as I said a month ago, I thought the MVP race was over. I mean, Aaron Judge is arguably the greatest right-handed hitter that we've ever seen. He's putting up unbelievable numbers, but the fact that Cal Raleigh is doing it as a catcher, it is going to give him an extra consideration, just as shortstops historically have had that benefit of the doubt when it comes to MVP voting, just as Shohei Ohtani has as a two-way player.
When you, with your time around the game, and being around all the teams you've been around, how much time does a catcher need to dedicate to catching / managing a pitching staff / calling a game, and how much less time do they get to prepare offensively for a series?
And I think that's especially an important question because he's a switch hitter, which adds another layer of preparation that he has to do. Look, when Buster Posey, who is someday is going to get voted in the Hall of Fame, was playing with the Giants, because there's such demands on his time, he got his regimen down to 10 to 15 swings before the game. By the end of his career, he could figure out, you know what, I got to save my energy. I have to be in these meetings. I have to prepare. How can I make that work while getting some batting practice to maintain my swing? The other day, I was looking for JT Realmuto. As you know, he's been for years considered one of the preeminent catchers in baseball, and I went to find him in an interview that had been arranged. And JT, as I walk up to the locker, he's got his head buried in that place, and he's got a bunch of charts in front of him, and he's getting ready for that that night's game and preparing to, the scouting report against the New York Mets. And it's much more extensive now than it was when I first started covering because they have a lot more information they have to sift through. That is a huge component. And as they say, then you factor in the fact that he's a switch hitter because through the years covering switch hitters, they talk about how different each swing is and the work that you have to do on each side to maintain that. It's an incredible workload, and he's playing just about every single game.
It is pretty remarkable, and I'll just ask, is there any chance that helps, that it takes away the opportunity to overthink the offensive side of the game?
I think that just depends on the players. As you, I'm sure, have had conversation with players who will tell you that they wanted as much information as possible. Max Scherzer is someone who's like that. And then there's some players who don't want the information. And I haven't specifically asked Cal, which way he prefers to go with that. But, geez, I always loved hearing the stories of players when, they're in games and a teammate figures out what the pitcher's tell is. His glove's a little higher on the breaking ball and a little lower on the fastball. And some hitters are like, I don't want to know. I mean, Jose Altuve during the sign stealing scandal with the Astros told his teammates, don't tell me the signs. Don't bang the trash can when I'm at the plate. I don't want to know any of that stuff. I just want to react. So I'm not sure exactly where Cal falls on that spectrum.
Hey Buster, I'm curious. You mentioned the switch hitting and the workload that they go through. Do you find it that, like let's say Cal Raleigh, do you think they almost take half the reps on each side of the plate, or are they kind of doubling up on their reps so they get the same amount of reps on each side of the plate that like a normal lefty would get on that side? Like how does that workload go for switch hitters? Does it vary, depending who you are?
And that is, it's a great question, and it has changed through the years. When I first started covering the sport back, in the Ice Age, switch hitters typically would go through a progression where most of them were born as right-handed hitters. They became left-handed hitters like Pete Rose because his dad wanted him to do that. And then over time, because they had far more reps against right-handed batting practice pitchers, they became better left-handed hitters. In the last 15 years, more teams travel guys who control left-handed BP. It gives them a better opportunity, I think, to maintain the swing than, say, when Eddie Murray, who's one of the greatest switch hitters of all time, he would struggle to get reps in BP against left-handed throwers. That's not as much of an issue anymore. And it really comes down to, what Cal feels like he needs. There's some hitters who just love swing after swing after swing after swing. That's what Aaron Judge did early in his career. Mookie Betts did that early in his career. And then as time goes on, they figure out how to, maintain that swing with a far less number of reps in the cage, especially because they're going to get worn down over 162 games.
Buster Olney with us here from ESPN. So my favorite day in the sports calendar is coming up a little over a month before the trade deadline. This is one of the big reasons to get a chance to talk to you today. Let's start. We've been talking rentals. What is a rental going for this year? Is that market up, down? How much do you got to give up for a 2-month rental?
So it looks like it's going to be a seller's market because there are so few available players that are going to be in the marketplace. In the past, by the time we got to the trade deadline, you might have a third of the teams that they were sellers, a third of them might hold, and a third of them might be buyers. This year, there are so few sellers, it's crazy. And part of that is the mediocrity of the American League that we've been talking about with a bunch of teams, bunched together. And the other thing is that a lot of the teams that we know are going to be sellers, the Marlins, for example, the Colorado Rockies, the White Sox, the perception of other teams is they don't have much to sell. Like you can call the White Sox and ask about Luis Robert, their center fielder. He's batting under 200. And so they're not going to get a lot for him. They would have to kick in money to offset Andrew Benintendi's contract. From the Mariners' perspective, it's not quite clear exactly what's going to be available to them. Let's say that they want to get a first baseman. if the Arizona Diamondbacks, who have just had this incredible wave of injuries affect their roster, if they decide to become sellers, then someone like Josh Naylor would make a lot of sense. I think the Orioles will trade Ryan O'Hearn, who is going to be a rental. He's having the best year of his career. But the return is going to be higher than normal because there's just so few players available. And you can bet that the teams that actually have players to sell, like the Orioles, are going to hold their prices high right up to the deadline.
How about the Twins? Just seeing them this week, and they're having so many problems with their rotation, but they got some dudes, and especially in that bullpen. You think the Twins end up selling?
They could. I think they're kind of at a tipping point. All those teams in the American League Central right now that are behind the Detroit Tigers, who, the first team in baseball to 50 wins, Kansas City, Cleveland, Minnesota, they could all be sellers in part because the trade market is going to be so thin. I really think this year there should be three categories: buyers, sellers, and opportunists. The opportunists being the teams that, and maybe the Twins fall in that category, where they feel like, hey, you know what? Because there's so few options out there in the trade market, let's stick some guys out there and get a higher return this summer than we normally would. Another example of that might be Freddie Peralta, the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers are contending. They're having a really good season, but Peralta's going to be a free agent after next year. The Brewers will probably get a huge return in this really thin starting pitching market.
Buster, we're hearing about all the sellers. What about the buyers? Who are some of these teams that the Mariners are going to be competing with to potentially land like a Josh Naylor or a Suarez?
So I think Suarez absolutely on paper would be a perfect fit for the Yankees. And I'm sure that they are monitoring this closely. They've been playing DJ LeMahieu at second base. He's 37 years old. He's doing okay, but it wouldn't all surprise me to see them target a second or third baseman and move Jazz Chisholm, to second or third, whatever they need after they make the trade. The Giants were probably going to be the biggest contender, I think, for the Mariners for help at first base, but they had Rafael Devers. I'm going to be really curious to see whether or not, they just watch Devers take ground balls before games and decide, hey, you know what, we're comfortable with him at first base. Or, you know what, maybe they feel like he's better served to just be a DH for the rest of the season rather than play first base. It all depends on what they're seeing as he takes ground balls at a position where he's never played before. But, when it comes to other spots, look, all of these contenders are going to be looking for relief help. It feels like every year the teams that are serious about making the playoffs, winning the division, add a reliever. They add a starting pitcher maybe, and they're going to be plucking over the same rosters, which is why the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be like the baseball's buffet table if, in fact, they decide to become sellers, because teams are looking at them and saying they've got a lot to offer.
Well, and the Mariners may have a lot to offer back, right, with this farm system that is not just deep but also top-heavy. I mean, I kind of just keep looking at this team, and as I said, 2 weeks ago, if you were on with us, Buster, I would have been having a very different conversation. I have been up and down all over the place on this team, and I have no idea what they're going to do next. They could win the next 10 in a row, they could lose the next 10 in a row, and I have no clue.
Yep.
But I
completely agree with you, which is why I think, I think that they can distinguish themselves. Right now, in the American League, the Tigers are a great team. That is a fantastic team, and they've got the best pitcher on the planet, Dirk Skubal. They're going to be in the playoffs. The Tampa Bay Rays are probably the second best team in the American League right now. They are playing great. They're like 23 in 10 in their last 33 games, averaging 6 runs a game. Their third baseman, Junior Caminero, is killing it. Underneath those two teams, there's a lot of teams that are similar, and a lot of teams that where you could paint a reasonable path through a generally mediocre American League into the World Series.
But none of them,
not like the National League.
None of them can roll out this starting rotation that the Mariners do, and it's not even just top heavy. It's just the every single day element of it. So what if you were to take? What if you were to take two really good prospects and another decent one? What if you took Harry Ford, pitcher Ryan Sloan, and someone like a Tyler Locklear, who'd be sort of the third type of prospect in that, and tried to turn them into 3 players? What if you target both guys from Arizona And what if you turn to the Twins and say, hey, we'll give you Ryan Sloan for Yohan Duran for the next few years and take that contract, which is about to go up, off of your hands and the debt that the Twins are in. What if you were to add 3 players? How are you then in that conversation with the upper echelon of the American League?
Yeah, without getting into specifics, because I couldn't give you the value of those prospects in the eyes of the Diamondbacks or the Twins.
Right. But
your general point, I completely agree with, which is that at the trade deadline, these teams are all so close together in the American League, you can separate yourself with the right deals, with the right moves at the right time. And I do think I share your vision about the Mariners having a potential, especially in a short series in October, where they could distinguish themselves against a team, whether it is the Yankees, the Rays, the Detroit Tigers, because of the dominance of the rotation. And again, you have a guy, Cal Raleigh, is adjusted OPS plus right now is 202. And to put that into perspective, that's higher than anything Johnny Bench ever did, higher than Berra, Campanella, Gary Carter, Mike Piazza, up and down the line. He's having the greatest season ever for a catcher.
You realize that he has actually DH'd fewer games this year than Aaron Judge?
I didn't know that exact number, but it doesn't surprise me. And you guys know how it goes. I mean, the fact that he got paid, I think just makes it easier for total buy-in, right? Where if you're him, you're like, okay, I know where I'm going to be. I got paid. Let's go. And there might be a cost to that in 5 or 6 years. I mean, that's what happened with Johnny Bench. He was catching 140 games a year. He wound up moving to third base at the end of his career. But for now, no one cares about that. We just care about how great he is.
So the other side to this, too, is if you really want to be a World Series contender, it can't just be Cal. You need Julio to be this player that we all expect him to be, want him to be. This isn't a shot at Julio because his defense has been Gold Glove caliber. His WAR is way up there because of that and because of his base running. But watching him every day, you're not seeing that superstar quality. Is there anything? I don't think it's physical because the guy's got all the traits. How hard is it for players? And I know there's no one answer here, but when you've got sort of dynamic duos and one side of that duo starts overperforming, how hard is it for the other side to keep up with it, if that makes sense?
It just depends on the individual personalities, right? Some players will feed off each other. I mean, the probably the most famous duo in baseball history would be Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris in 1961. And by all accounts, they were incredibly supportive of each other. There are other times where guys are jealous of each other. I don't have any indication, if nothing, that that's the case with Julio and Cal. I've seen quotes from Julio where he's incredibly supportive and talks about he's talking about Cal for MVP.
Mm-hmm.
But it can – in some respects, I mean, managers will talk about how players will sometimes get into the box and they will look up at the scoreboard and they'll want to end an at bat as soon as possible because they don't like the numbers on the board. And there's an anxiety, there's an urgency that can set in. I think eventually, as we've seen, generally speaking, through his career, as the summer goes along, he seems to get better. And, Mark Teixeira, the longtime, all-star first baseman, was known historically as a slow starter in his career. And he told me, earlier this spring, and I called him about Julio, and I said, what do you make of, a slow starter like Julio? He said, well, what I learned about myself was I had to relearn how to hit every year. And it sounded kind of – he said, I know that sounds crazy for a guy who, played in the big leagues a long time, but that was my process. Other guys, will wake – Jose Altuve, you're going to wake up at 82 years old, he's going to hit a line drive over shortstop. Certain guys are different, and I think Julio just maybe over the course of the year he gathers momentum.
Something we saw from Julio last night that we've seen very few times in his career is sacrifice fly. He had 2 of them last night. Do you think that's kind of a good sign for things to see? Maybe a little more of a situational hitter. And I know he's been kind of knocked him on, chasing balls out of the zone and really trying to do too much. Yeah. But when you see him really settle and hit a couple big 2 sacrifice flies, get a couple RBIs, what should we make of that? Or are we just kind of overplaying it a little bit?
The first thing I thought of when you mentioned that was the fact that probably after the game, Edgar Martinez was dapping him up, because that would have been Edgar Martinez's approach as a player, is to be more of a situational hitter. And I think coming into the year, when you heard Edgar was taking that job and Kevin Seitzer working alongside, that there would be more of a situational approach. And players, they can change over time, but it does take time as a hitter. It's not something that happens overnight.
This Seitzer guy's a riot. I really enjoy Kevin Seitzer. I remember him as a player. I mean, this is a guy who replaced George Brett, right? But as a hitting coach, he might be, of all the hitting coaches I've ever been around, the easiest to find and most willing to talk. He's not one of those hitting coaches that just hides in the cage and you never see him. He's got a lot to say about hitting. It's kind of cool.
He is. I've always enjoyed talking with him. He's obviously incredibly knowledgeable, and I think he and Edgar are the same in this regard, is that they are just so calm. And that's the way you want your coaches to be. The worst coaches that I've seen in my time covering the sport are the guys who can run hot and cold on players. These are, I think Kevin also has an absolutely bottomless pit of empathy, because he knows how hard it is. The guys are going to go through long stretches, and he's going to be the same personality the other day. That's what I've always heard about Edgar. I spent a lot of time when Alex Rodriguez and I worked together on Sunday Night Baseball. I mean, as you guys know, Edgar is Alex's hero in his life. Like, he loves Edgar, and the stories about Edgar and how even keeled he was, doesn't surprise me that he and Kevin are working well together.
You ever miss doing the beat? You said since 2001. You ever miss covering one team every day?
Yes, there's something that's really cool about that, because you're building on conversations versus, my job on Sunday Night Baseball now, I'll drop in on Saturday and you see a whole new group of people, and that's neat. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing like being in a beat and seeing the daily soap opera play out 162 games.
It's a lot of work, though. It's a lot of work.
Super fun. It's super fun.
Buster, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. We miss you. Haven't talked to you in a while, so we'll try to make sure we do it again. But thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Always fun. Take care, Mike.
There you go. Bye, Buster. There's Buster Olney, who is one of the deans of the whole baseball business, and want to come back and react to some of that. I think there's a lot in there, and echoing a lot of what we got from Passan just a day ago in terms of where this trade deadline goes. But you got an opportunity to be aggressive, and I know what Jeff said. I'll replay the sound here in a few minutes about, hey, you gotta prove that you're worth it. I don't know whether I can look at 10 games and say that's enough, but I'm getting pretty darn close. Like, what the Mariners have done since hitting that low point in Arizona is enough to tell me that they're worth investing in. I don't know if it makes them a World Series team. I'm not trying to go above and beyond reality, but it does tell me that there's at least something there worth investing in. And if you give them the resources to go get those kinds of guys, maybe you can break out of this pack in the American League. So a lot more to come. Bryan Walters in. We're going to talk some football in the 9 o'clock hour as well. I promise. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for 23 years. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors, manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. This is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And this June, buy 3 windows and get 1 free, plus an additional $200 off your entire project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more in the Puget Sound. Call 8-333-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hey, Lyle, did you check this stat that you sent over last night? Is this real? Like, of all the numbers that I've seen, this one might blow me away more than any other. The Julio stat that you sent over. Is that true? Julio only had 5 sacrifice flies in his entire career before yesterday when he had 2 of them in the same game. That's real?
Yeah, it's real.
It's wild.
That is an unbelievable stat. That's like kind of hard to fathom, to be honest with you. You would think just with luck.
Lyle started it with this is a real stat.
I know.
So I don't know why you would question him.
Because it doesn't, it's mind-boggling. It really is. He's only had 5 sacrifice flies in his entire career.
You know,
it's so strange.
If you go on Baseball Reference and you go basically all the way to the right, there's a category that says SF. If you put your cursor over it, it says sacrifice flies, and it says first tracked in 1955. And you go through Julio's career, it hasn't updated it yet from yesterday. It says 5.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
When I was talking to Buster, or when I asked him about the sacrifice flies, that number was in my head. I know he has 5 for his career, but I didn't believe it. I was going to throw it out there, but it didn't seem real. I was like, wait, maybe it was for
you didn't want to embarrass yourself.
Maybe it was
Buster.
for the season. 5 for the season sounds right.
Sure,
right?
If he'd had 5 every year for 4 years, okay.
But 5 for a career, I just couldn't trust it.
It is
sorry,
hard.
Lyle. It's not. I just couldn't trust
Lyle
it.
wrote,
that's all right.
It's right.
This is a real stat.
Crazy.
I believe you, but it definitely takes like a leap of faith in order to get there. He had 2 of them last night, and the last one, obviously, I think is a pretty big deal. There's a lot in there from Buster about Cal. Let me play some of the Cal sound or stuff other people are saying, and then at 9:30 we're going to talk some football here with Bryan Walters. But here was Jeff Passan yesterday.
The Cal Raleigh narrative right now is about as good as it gets. You have a guy at a position that doesn't win MVP, putting up MVP type numbers and carrying his team into what right now would be a postseason spot. He is a switch hitter on top of that, which is exciting and fun. And he has a good nickname, and he smiles, and he plays great defense and throws runners out. I can go on and on about how great Cal Raleigh is. And I'm excited that the rest of the country is beginning to see what people in Seattle have now known for a couple of years.
Yeah, and you heard it from Buster a couple of minutes ago. Rich Eisen had this on his show yesterday, where his producer, Chris Brockman, was giving an overreaction Tuesday.
Cal Raleigh is going to win AL MVP. Give me the big dumper. Keeps hitting bombs.
Let me ask you this question. Now that he is hitting bombs, and it's amazing. And
It's incredible.
He just broke Johnny Bench's record for first half home runs by a catcher, or prior to the All-Star break.
And he's a switch hitter.
And he's a switch hitter, and the Mariners are in the mix, right?
They are.
It checks every box.
It does.
And you may be right. I'll call this an overreaction because, Judge is hitting for average and doing everything else too. Okay. But also a catcher doing this. I mean, it
is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, he's calling a game on top. This is incredible what he is doing.
His rest days, he plays DH.
Yeah, that catcher thing to me is the biggest argument in favor of Cal.
Yeah.
Doing it all as a catcher, and I love what you said earlier, Brian, about just the number of plays they're involved with in a game. I mean, I'm not saying a right fielder's like a kicker, but it is like, a quarterback versus, and apologies to a wide receiver. Like, there have been a lot of MVPs given to wide receivers because they're not involved in every play the same way.
Right. You touch the ball, 6-7 times a game. It's just not the same. But Cal is involved every single play. And, with this whole MVP talk with Cal, if you took Aaron Judge from the Yankees, took him off the team, and you took Cal off the Mariners are terrible. I think the Yankees are still a winning team without Aaron Judge.
So you believe in the value part of most valuable.
I believe in the value and the value of just even working with the starting rotation that he works with every day. How good they are, but Cal's part of that.
Yeah.
So the Mariners, these starters get so much credit, but who's calling these pitches, really?
So sort of like RBI versus RBIs. We were having that conversation yesterday. Do you like RBI because the runs are like the plural is already built in, and then so you're just saying RBI, or do you think an RBI is a thing, an entity unto itself? I kind of view the MVP the same way. Do you view MVP as the 3 words most valuable player, which puts, a huge emphasis on the word valuable?
Yeah.
Or is it just the MVP, which is given to the best player that year?
Yeah, no, that just threw me for a loop.
Sorry.
RBI. I'm still thinking the RBI thing. I never even thought about
We were
it.
debating
Have I
that
been saying it
yesterday.
wrong the whole time?
No, you can say it either way.
Oh,
Both are
man.
acceptable.
Okay, I guess because RBI, yeah, okay. When I look at Cal's case, I'm going to always lean toward Cal here, or the Seahawks. Whatever's better for the Mariners here. For Cal's case, you got to take it very literal. Most valuable player.
Yeah.
Because that's what he is to this team.
Because that's what'll help
And
him win this year.
That's what's going to help him win this year.
If he
So
was
I'm
the
going to
best
look
player,
at it
go the
that
other
way.
way.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron Judge is probably the best player. Shohei Ohtani is the best player. But he is the most valuable player to his team that he is on, and as far as making this team a winning team.
He's winning over some other national folks. Here's Dan Plesac on MLB Network last night.
I'm amazed and stunned, and we talked about it yesterday. I don't have a vote for AL MVP. I'm the biggest Aaron Judge fan probably in this building for what he does. Whoa. But if we had
Aaron
four
Judge
crew
walked
members
right through here.
Four crew members just really scowled. They frowned at you. That's okay. But if I had a vote and I don't, I would vote for Cal Raleigh today for AL MVP.
Wow. So you hear it from Buster, you hear it from Passan, you hear it from Rich Eisen, his producer, you hear it from Dan Plesac. We played the sound earlier of Greg Amsinger making the same point. Here's Harold Reynolds, advocating for Cal as well.
The only reason he's in it, the home runs and all that, great. But he's doing it as a catcher. And I watched the game yesterday, and this is what a catcher has to do. You guide your pitching staff. You put that before you. And I was watching Wu, that runs with you, pitching this game. But watch Cal Raleigh. What's he doing? He looks at the hitter. He's calling the pitches. He calls the game. There is no question who's running these games. Watch Cal Raleigh right here. All right, he's looking at Bader. Where you setting up? Does he change where he's standing? Is he guessing for a breaking pitch? Is he going to move up in the box? Is he changing things? No. Call the pitch. Here's what I want. I love this sequence right here. He misses on a high.
Some of this doesn't work as well on radio, but you get the idea. I mean, just talking through the importance of the position. How important would it be for you to have Cal Raleigh win the MVP?
I think it'd be huge for Seattle, for this team, for everything. But going back to like what he does, he's kind of. I'm going to try to put this in football terms. That's what I do. I'm going to relate it to football. He's
that's
almost
what Brock does. So
he's almost playing the quarterback and the middle linebacker. He's playing both ways. That's what Cal Raleigh is. He has the green sticker on his helmet as a linebacker, calling the shots, calling the defense. You know, he knows everything about every hitter coming up, where their weaknesses, what we need to throw, what the pitcher's doing. And then he's on offense and he's leading the team. He's hitting bombs. He leads the team in RBIs. He's nothing without it. So he's essentially the quarterback and the middle linebacker for this Mariners team, which to me is MVP written all over.
That's a really interesting way of looking at it. And Buster a couple of times brought up Shohei Ohtani's name because of doing it both ways, right, as a pitcher and a hitter. Or not everyone can do that. He is alone in that unique skill set. But being a platinum glove winning catcher, I think you make a pretty good point, is as close as you could get to being a two-way player without actually throwing pitches because of the amount of prep it takes on both sides. I tell you what, I think it's a pretty compelling argument, and I never really thought about it that way before, but if we're in the business of supporting Cal, then I'm all there for it. And by the way, Cal kind of exploding a little bit. I just saw that he's got an article in GQ coming out. I know, Lyle, yesterday you were busy finishing up the interview he did with Pardon My Take, right? So Cal, you're kind of seeing Cal, like I wonder whether he's going to be on with like Kimmel or something. It's like he's kind of, if there's like almost like a little press tour right now for Cal Raleigh, and I'm psyched that we get him every Thursday here for the Cal Raleigh Show that Shannon Dreyer hosts at 5 o'clock with Wyman and Bob. We're going to talk football in 20 minutes. That's why we brought Brian in here, but there's just so much cool baseball stuff to discuss that we've been doing it for most of the show today. We'll get to that after Need to Know next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The most first-half home runs for a catcher in baseball history.
Congratulations, Cal Raleigh.
Big dumper.
American League Player of the Week. A .417 average.
OPS over 1,600. 5 homers, 12 ribbies.
And one hell of a model American.
Now you have the question of whether or not he's the front runner as AL MVP.
Where you follow along the Big Dumpers, Big Run. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign. And so I saw the accident coming and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Ready for some summer hoops? Register your team for the July 12th and 13th Everett 3-on-3 tournament presented by Boeing. 4 players to a team, 2 days of exciting action, 1 incredible tournament. Players of all ages and abilities are encouraged to come out and play. You've got to register your team at Everett3on3.net by July 1st. Each player gets an Amazon player bag. A special thank you to event sponsors City of Everett, Scott Dahl Real Estate, Coastal Community Bank, and Everett Downtown Storage.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Really nice win for the Mariners yesterday. Had a little bit of everything. They showed some of that explosiveness, scoring 5 runs early in the game. But then, unfortunately, allowed Minnesota back into it. That's okay, because Julio Rodriguez had an opportunity to come up big in the 9th.
And the right-handers 0-2 on the way to Julio. Swinging a high fly ball deep into right field. This is going to untie it. Wallner going back to the 1-2 track. He's there. He'll make the catch. Tagging at third, Dylan Moore. He'll score easily. And the Mariners have the lead. 6-5 here in the top of the 9th inning. Julio Rodriguez with a sacrifice fly. Yes, indeed, unties it.
Yeah, it's not every day we play sack flies during Need to Know, but look, I've said it a few times today. I really like that Julio had a game-winning sack fly. It wasn't a home run. It wasn't a hit. Maybe it's a good reminder to him that he doesn't need to do so much in those big moments. Just stay within it. Go with the pitch. He swung and missed at 2 pitches that were outside the zone, but then kind of regrouped and did exactly what the situation called for.
Especially against a pitcher like Duran, who throws so hard. It was a 101-mile-an-hour fastball, and Julio just laid his bat out there, and that's what I like to see. He wasn't trying to hit it, out of the stadium into the third deck. He just wanted to get the barrel on the ball, and that the rest took care of itself, and he was able to get it almost to the warning track effortlessly.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So,
it looked like a pop-up when he hit it. He just got that kind of power. Hey, is Duran a splinker guy? Is he one of the splinker guys?
He may be.
Splinker.
Yeah, the split sinker combo.
Paul Skeens is famous for it now.
Yeah, he's definitely got one. I think Duran has a splinker.
Isn't
also.
A splitter and a sinker the same? Doesn't it just drop?
No.
Doesn't it sink?
Sinker goes.
Shows how much I know.
Yeah, sinker kind of more of a two-seamer. The
I was
tails.
gonna say sinker's just another word for a two-seamer at this point.
Okay, that makes sense.
But a splinker is kind of a combo. It's like a slurve. Anyway, he is pretty nasty, throwing 101 miles an hour, and Julio found a way to get it done, which was great. Unfortunately, Houston wins. They beat Philly last night. They score a late run on a Cooper Hummel home run, of all things. So no change in the standings. Game 3 in Minnesota. Supposed to be late this afternoon. We'll see. Weather threatening. George Kirby and Joe Ryan scheduled to start that one.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We'll talk some football here in a few minutes because we got Bryan Walters with us. But, as we talk through what these Seahawks will look like this year, the biggest part of this conversation, and we're going to dig into it in 10 minutes, is the quarterback. What changes have they made to the offense, to the quarterback, to the weaponry, everything has changed around the quarterback. What's reasonable to expect from Sam Darnold in year 1?
Well, the good thing is you have a lot of experience, I think. With Sam Darnold, he's been around. He's been on many teams. He's had success. Last year we saw him in Minnesota. Obviously, you're throwing to Justin Jefferson, which is a game changer for him. But you saw the success he could have with pieces around him. I think the Seahawks have those pieces around him as well. You have Cooper Kupp now. You have JSN has shown he's one of the best wideouts in the league. The running game is going to be huge for Sam Darnold. As cliche and everything as that sounds, that's going to be the biggest thing. If we have to rely, if any team has to rely on their quarterback all day to sit back and throw 40, 50 times a game like Geno was expected to do last year, it's not going to be a success story most of the time. It's a tough situation to be in. So if you get this running game going, show the threat of run, this Kubiak offense is going to be able to build off that. You have a lot of pass plays, play action play off the run game that is going to lead to success.
We played some sound yesterday of Cooper Kupp comparing Smith and Jigba to Puka Nacua. You see any of that?
I could see that. Absolutely, I could see that. Kind of good
Strength
route runners.
at the catch.
Strength at the catch, good hands, and honestly can do it all. You can kind of line up anywhere. I think Puka's that guy who can do it all. I've talked about this with JSN a lot. A lot of times you get a wide receiver that's good against man coverage, but really doesn't understand zones, and JSN's kind of the full package. He can pick apart a zone. He can beat you one-on-one in man coverage, and he's going to understand that. And he's also unselfish. He's going to be able to pull guys away and open up other
Just
things.
out of curiosity, the difference between a wide receiver that's good against man versus zone, is that kind of moves versus feel?
I think so, and coverage awareness. Noticing at the snap, noticing one or two steps off the line of scrimmage, what's this coverage they're rolling to? Where do I need to be? What's my assignment? And understand how defenses work, where sometimes you're going to be a guy that has to sit in a zone and make sure you grab one of these zone defenders to pull them away from something that's going to open up outside you. It's just a little bit of awareness that way.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Caitlin Clark was in last night, and, she and her team definitely took it to the storm. She didn't play all that well. She only scored 6 points, did have 9 assists, bunch of turnovers. But Leah Boston was unbelievable. 31. They get 26 from Kelsey Mitchell. Skylar Diggins with, 22 for Seattle. We got to meet new Kraken forward Mason Marchment. Been playing sound from him throughout the morning, and he talked about playing in Seattle a couple of years ago with Dallas during the playoffs.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know, for sure the fan base sticks out instantly. It was rocking in there for 3 games, and you know it was a hard building to play in too. So you know it's going to be fun to be on the other side of it, and you know as the team aspects, you know I think there's quite a bit of turnover now, but you know it's still. A lot of guys are still there and competitive guys, and you know I'm excited to get started.
Yeah, NHL draft will be Friday night in LA. NBA draft is tonight. Last night was the PWHL draft as the new Seattle team, still as of yet unnamed. Did select 6 players, including forward Jenna Buglioni in the first and goalie Hannah Murphy in the second. I would be lying if I said I was familiar with those names ahead of time. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. 808 says Bryan Walters is a great guest co-host.
Hey.
I expect to hear a lot of him in July when y'all are rotating vacations. Well, so he's expecting you in here now.
Starting next week, I guess, huh?
Yeah, so Bryan was in here today. Going to be in here tomorrow with me for a short show before we turn it over to Mariner pregame show at 9 o'clock. Then I'm going to drive all the way to Montana and check out Brock's daughter's wedding over this weekend. It's going to be great. And then I'm out some next week, and you're in with Brock?
I'm in with Brock for 3 days.
How well do you know Brock?
Not terribly well. You know, I know Damon very well, his brother.
Very different.
Yeah, very different.
Very different.
But Brock just, run into here and there. You guys, every once in a while I call in. That's
all
about
right.
it. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious.
So here we go.
I would like, if you need any advice on how to handle Brock, I'm happy to help.
Perfect.
But I'm going to call you afterwards, and I would like to hear a little bit about your Brock experience.
Okay.
It is, it's unique.
I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of football talk.
Yeah, but there's nothing quite like time spent with Brock. You just never quite know where it's going to go. All right, let's talk some football. I want to talk about these Seahawks with you. We got a good 20 minutes or so of that coming up. And then do we have trash takes today? How do we feel about trash takes? Are we doing trash takes? Maura, Lyle, you guys got trash takes for today?
I was planning on it.
Good. All right.
Are these our trash takes?
We can do something else.
No, I just wanted to make because we didn't really tell Brian. I was just making sure. So we're ready. We're gonna do. You'll see.
I'll see.
You can be in the trash master side with me. We'll do that at 9:45. Okay. We'll be right back. Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710 and 97.3 HD2.
Bump and Stacy.
Talking baseball with Jason Churchill. Your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here. We're getting real close to August 8th, guys. That is when the hotel opens up for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And you can book rooms right now. Bookings are open at snocasino.com. An unforgettable summer experience awaits with the great views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley and the big new expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the spa, the 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and new restaurants as well. This is going to be sweet. August 8th. Right now, you can go to snocasino.com to book your room. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Montessori Schools of Snohomish County remind parents to discuss safe traveling tips with your children. Plan a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Montessori Schools of Snohomish County. Now enrolling elementary-aged children and inviting you to our open house July 9th on Puget Drive in Everett.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized, hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutiae in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got a little bit more time with Bryan Walters, who's going to be with us tomorrow as well, former Seahawks, Super Bowl champion. And got more texts coming in, 206, as a Juanita alum, class of 98. It's great to have Bryan on the show this morning because he represents Juanita very well. How about that?
Love it.
People like the way you represent Juanita. And then Casey writing in, it's my first time seeing Bryan Walters watching the show on YouTube today.
Nice.
He kind of looks like J.J. Watt, but without the jacked up nose.
All right, I'll take that
I
one.
can see that. Do you see a little J.J.
I'm a
Watt?
lot smaller than J.J. Watt.
Yeah, but facially, you know what? I kind of see that. Do you see a little J.J. Watt there?
Interesting.
I do.
Did you just say facially?
Yeah.
Facially.
Yeah. You're not 280
That's the first
pounds.
I've heard that, though.
No one's ever
Doesn't he have,
made
like,
that
a
comp?
huge neck? No.
Well, yeah, you don't have the neck. There's no doubt.
You know, actually,
you
funny,
don't look roided out
you know
like
what
he does.
The biggest comp I've ever gotten, comparison, was in my rookie year in San Diego. They actually wrote an article, and they called me Saving Private Brian.
Ah.
It was Matt Damon. And that article was Saving Private Brian. It was like, am I going to get cut? Am I going to make the team? And it just went through all these comparisons of Matt Damon characters that I'd represent, like, it was
I can see a little, but I see JJ. I think I see
Maybe
the
as I've
JJ Watt
aged, the
thing.
Matt Damon's gone away. I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
Well, if you guys are watching on YouTube, you
I
can
don't see either.
You don't see JJ Watt at all? No. All right. Well, if you guys can tell me what you think.
I can see it a little bit.
Thank you, Lyle.
Without the crooked nose, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got a little jacked up nose thing, and he's pumped up out of his mind. But you're, always trying to make the team, right? So you showed up at all your OTAs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was never a doubt I wasn't going to be there. It
Voluntary
always
was
made
not
me
voluntary?
cringe when he was like, oh, this guy's not here this week. I'm like, oh, no, is he going to get – that was just me. But it was like a star player who was able to do that. But voluntary did not mean voluntary.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
You sort of always live your life in fear of being cut?
Yeah, and that's kind of the life of probably 60 to 70% of everyone in the NFL. It's just nothing's really secure. You're never really that comfortable. I mean, you don't really want to be comfortable because it brings the best out of you. But at the same time, that's most of the people in the NFL. They're just trying to make it every day. And that's one of the things about the NFL. And we talked about a little earlier about non-guaranteed contracts. You can get cut anytime. They don't owe you a thing for the most part. So I think a lot of it, the guaranteed contracts would be good for job security for some of these guys.
I would imagine so. So you're not late to meetings. You're not late.
Well, it's funny you ask that one. I was late one time in my entire career, and it was here. Yes, it was here. It was like a Wednesday during the season. During the season, we have 6 a.m. workouts, and it was a wide receiver workout, 6 a.m. And I remember, sometimes when you wake up and you have no idea why you're waking up. Okay. Your alarm's going off, and you're like, oh, where am I? Why am I waking up?
Every day, yes.
And, you might hit the snooze button a couple of times, and then I looked at my alarm, and it was like 5:40, and I'm 19 minutes from the VMAC.
And you had to be there at 6?
I had to be there at 6 for work. I ran out, grabbed nothing, kind of threw shorts on and a T-shirt, just sprinted to my car, speeding down 405, sweating. I mean, like big back stain, sweat stain on my seat. Like, this is it. This is my last day as a Seahawk. I kind of roll in at 6:03, and this is what I remember about this is it's the offense, or not the offense. It's like the skill position. Mm-hmm. So, and Earl Thomas sees me sprinting in, like running through the indoor because that's the way I went in, and he goes, "Oh no, not B-Walt." That's how Earl says. Oh. And then I ran and got changed, made the workout, and luckily, if you're not late all the time, they give you a little.
They'll give you one.
They'll give you one.
Yeah,
so.
I would assume chronic lateness is much more of a problem than one day you get there 3 minutes late.
Exactly. It was an anomaly, and it never happened again. So the strength coach at the time he kind of laughed at me, actually.
Oh, that's good.
So I think the effort of sprinting in, just being already warmed up, fully in sweat mode, ready to go upstairs and get cut.
They have a kangaroo court or anything like that where you get fined by your buddies or anything?
We don't have a kangaroo court in the NFL, and I love the kangaroo court. I think that's such a funny idea, a little fun team bonding thing. That would be a good little, I don't know what they'd call it. They can't really call it kangaroo court.
No, it's taken. Lyle, you see that. If you're not late that often and you show the effort, then you kind of get through it without a problem.
See, you run the narrative. The best part about this is I'm just like Bryan. I was late once.
Yeah.
But the whole city thinks it's every day.
But you were very late and you had slept a lot.
Well, I'm not going to deny that.
You know when you see
more than 3 minutes.
You know when you see those crazy drivers and you're like, why are they going so fast? Why
That's
are they?
why.
That's why.
Yeah.
They're late for something that's going to change their life.
Or they're going to get cut out of the NFL.
Exactly.
All right, we spent a little time talking about the offense earlier. Let me, maybe we'll come back to it, but I wanted to flip the script and talk defense because I still think that's the strength of this team. If this team's going to be good this year, they need the defense to be elite. How close to elite is this defense right now today?
I think it's there.
You think they're an elite defense?
I think it's an elite defense. I do. You look at the names across the board, and I'm excited. I'm so excited. But look at the guys up front. I mean, look at Leonard Williams. Look at what he had. Then you have Byron Murphy to add to it, who I think going into your second, third year. Second year. Jeez. Yeah. I feel like he's been around for a while for some reason. But going into a second year, I think that's when you make a big jump up front, especially after a season Leonard Williams had, kind of learn from that. Sounds like he'll be playing a little bit in a different technique, maybe a 3 technique, which he likes. Apparently, reading that, I'm not a defensive line guy, but if he likes it, great, good for him. I think DeMarcus Lawrence, getting him on board, just getting some depth there, a veteran leadership to just kind of pave the way for that defensive end kind of group that I think is. I don't think it's elite, but I think it is very, very good and solid. Like, there's not a weakness, no matter who you throw in there.
I agree with there's not much of a weakness.
Yeah.
I struggle a little bit to get to elite.
It's not elite. I don't think it's elite. Not yet. Not yet. Boy, we kind of expect a little more of Boye Mafe, but all those guys can go fill a role and be good.
So
be very good players.
So I'll see if I can get you on board with my crusade here, which is I want the defense to truly be elite. And the one spot I think you have a shot to really make that happen is on the edge, where I think you've got 4 guys that are starter quality, but none of them are elite pass rushers right now. Go trade for Trey Hendrickson. He's having issues in Cincinnati, can't agree on a contract. He's 30 years old. You'd have to pay him. There's no doubt you'd have to spend some money after you traded for him. But you're talking about a guy with 17 and a half sacks each of the last 2 years. If you put Trey Hendrickson on this defense, tell me that you're not a truly elite defense, that you have to start thinking about your team as maybe making a playoff deep run because of what you've got defensively.
No, I agree 100%. I wish it was easy like that, but there's also probably 15, 20 other teams trying to make that same push for that guy. So it's about what do you have to give up? What do you have to give up for him? And
so let's say it's a 2nd and a 5th round pick.
But is there another team offering a 1st and a 3rd? Or
that would surprise me, given that they'd have to pay him.
But if there's a demand like that for it, then it's going to be
I'm not saying you give up a 1st
one.
rounder, but you just traded for Leonard Williams a couple of years ago. That was a 2nd rounder.
Yeah. No.
I mean, like, it's not that the trades for those guys don't tend to be overwhelming. But let's say it's a 2nd rounder and one of the guys that you currently have. Maybe it's Derek Hall.
Yeah.
Would you make that deal?
2nd rounder Derek Hall for Trey Hendrickson.
Who you then have to pay.
Or a
2nd rounder and Boye, one or the other.
I don't think I would.
Really?
I really don't think I would for. No, I'm not going to make that deal. I'm just going to stick with what you have with the kind of the. I don't know. It's solid. I really like it. And I think you can go elsewhere and make a trade like that and get help somewhere else. Maybe on the offensive side of the ball, honestly. Maybe the offensive line. I don't know. I don't know how this offensive line is going to be. That's the biggest question mark for me. To me, the defense isn't a question.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the defense is going to be good. I think it's going to be a top 5 defense. They have all the players. Health is always the big thing, but that's for every single team. So it's kind of a cop-out to say that. But the question's on the offensive ball. Defense is elite. You got studs all over.
Yeah, I mean, look, they need offensive line help. There's no doubt. You still have major question marks both at center and right guard. We're sort of talking about left guard as if it's settled because they drafted a 1st rounder. But as you said earlier, with regards to Eamon Warry, like, you just don't know with a rookie until you actually see them out there, even if it's a 1st round pick. There's no doubt that's where the holes are. I just don't know if those holes are fillable at this point. I feel like they kind of missed their opportunity on that. This is a rare case where I would say, yeah, the holes are what they are. Go add to a strength and make it even better so that when people come to Seattle, they know they're going to have to deal with not just this whole defense and Leonard Williams and what Mike McDonald is doing, with scheme-wise, but there's a 17.5 sack guy on the outside edge that if you get into 3rd and long, you're up against it with this unit.
Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you can get him for a second round or whatever, do it. I just don't think it's going to happen. I feel like Cincinnati's going to try to work something out.
They've tried.
They've tried, but we'll see. We'll see with that. Yeah, God, it would be fun. It would be fun.
Start to imagine you were here with the Legion of Boom guys for all of the credit the guys in the back end of that get, and deservedly so. Like, does that happen without Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Chris Clement, like those guys that rush the passer, and even up front with Mebane? I feel like those guys are criminally underrated.
You know what made that group so good, though? The competition there. That they were battling on 1st and 2nd down for that rep on 3rd down to rush the passer. They all made each other. Like? They all made each other better. Yeah, exactly. Bruce Irving was in there, and
so what did that look?
So but that's the problem with bringing a guy like Trey Hendrickson in is that almost takes away that he's going to be out there on 3rd down. So what's Derek Hall doing now? Well, man, now I'm a run stopper. Now I got to be out here on 1st, 2nd down, stopping the run. I don't get to rush the passer on 3rd downs when it's I don't know if that's a thing.
That's a good point.
But it's
that's
something
what it
to
was
think
for
about.
Those guys.
But those guys, you had that 4-man rotation that they were just competing to get in there on 3rd down, rush the passer. It was just constant rotation and that's what I would love to see from these guys that you have now with Derek Hall, Boye Mafe, DeMarcus Lawrence, all those guys. Just that rotation of the guys competing. I was at practice, one of their OTAs, or it was the mini camp, and you know what I love to see? It was DeMarcus Lawrence. I think it was a walkthrough, but they were running a little faster in a walkthrough. But all of a sudden, he's sitting on the sideline. He goes, "Hey, Rook, get out! I'm in!" And he just that's the leadership that I love to see out of DeMarcus Lawrence, and what you want to see out of that group, guys that want to be in there. I think they were doing a 1st and 2nd down period, but he wanted to get in there, wanted to be the reps, wanted to be on the field. And when you have a rotation like that of everyone's dying and thirsty to get after the quarterback and do anything they can to get to that 3rd down play, that's what makes
I'd never really thought about it that way. That's an interesting view on it, and one that is very compelling. I may consider that a little bit. That's the most compelling thing I've heard for not going after someone like a Trey Hendrickson. Is there a guy on this defense, and tomorrow we'll maybe spend a little bit more time on the offense, talk through the quarterback situation, talk through the offensive line, but is there a guy on this defense that you look at and say, all right, breakout year coming, really going to fit with Mike McDonald's scheme, whether he was here last year and it's entering year 2? Is there someone on this defense that you see really kind of taking the next step this year under Mike McDonald?
I think this is kind of an easy answer, but I'm excited to see Ernest Jones for the entire season. We only saw him for half the season is when he came in and got him re-signed, and now he's the established leader in the middle of the defense, calling it out, the main communicator. I'm excited to see what they can do with him all year long because he really elevated this defense. You saw when they made the changes from a couple of the early linebackers in the season and brought Ernest Jones in. This defense really elevated, and like I said, the middle linebacker is probably he's calling the shots there. He's the guy doing it. So I'm just excited to see what he can do for the entire season.
Trying to think through how I would answer that question. I keep hoping, and maybe at this point, it's his 4th year in the league. I'm hoping that's going to be Boye every year. Yeah. I don't know that I feel like it's gonna all of a sudden click this year. Maybe it will. The jump that we were just talking about Derek Hall, the jump he made last year from his rookie year to last year was insane.
Yeah.
If he does that again, I think then you're talking about a legitimate breakout guy.
And let's not forget about Byron Murphy either. I expect big things out of him this year.
What does that mean for a defensive lineman when you say you expect big things? Is that stat-wise tackles, sacks, or is it just
a little more impact and even a little more playtime? I think maybe less rotation for him, where he's in there more consistently, and so you start to see his name called a little bit. He's just being a force, being a disruptor. When Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy are doing their job, this defense is. It makes it so much easier for everyone on the back end. They're taking the double teams or winning their one-on-one matchups. Those are the two guys that this can really build off of. So I expect big things from Byron Murphy as a second-year guy. Big jump. He's the second defender off the board when they took him. So I think he was the number 1 defender on the Seahawks board. So there's still a lot left in that and a lot more. I think we kind of forgot about him a little last year, right? We didn't talk about Byron Murphy
Not a
very
ton,
much,
no.
but there's, I think
Because he's in the shuffle there with Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams, like kind of all three of them together. And Hankins last year. And actually, the guy they brought over from Jacksonville ended up being pretty good, Robertson Harris. So, I like a good D-line rotation. It would be interesting and certainly helpful if the number 12 pick in the draft kind of steps up into that and really becomes the player they hope he is. All right. Bryan Walters with me. We got a whole nother day with him tomorrow, although it'll be a short show. We'll have Bryan from 7 to 9. So we'll talk a little bit more about the offense tomorrow and the quarterback situation, the offensive line. But right now, it's time for Trash Takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash Takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
All right, so here's how this works. Generally, Brock, Lyle, and Maura bring the trashest take they've heard all week from anybody. And as the trash master, I decide which is worse. As somebody who's the master of bad takes, I'm very qualified to decide who has the worst take of the week. We didn't make you do the homework today because you were just filling in. So we only have two. So it's really between Lyle and Maura. Brock is the reigning champion, which is probably why he's not here today, because he didn't want to lose his crown as the trash take winner.
Took him a long time to get it.
Right? Typical Brock.
Brock didn't understand the rules of trash takes for a while.
He's getting better at it. At least he keeps unfortunately trying to give us fake news from NBA Centel, unfortunately. But all right, Lyle, Maura, what do we got this week for trash takes? I will ask Bryan to assist me in determining the worst take of the week. Maura, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm not sure if this one is playing to the crowd because it's an NBA related one, and I know that's not your thing. But I'm just still amazed by this. I heard Mike Greenberg talking about it this morning, and he was amazed by this. Nuggets team president Josh Kroenke, he's the owner, or he's the owner's son. Talked to the media yesterday, and unprompted, like no one asked this, brought up a nightmare scenario in which they might have to trade their star Nikola Jokic.
And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward. And providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of.
He's your star player, one of the best in the league. You just won a championship with him. Like, why would that even come out of your mouth when no one asked?
Okay. Yeah. That's quite a situation there.
Press conferences aren't for you being like, what's the worst case scenario that could happen? Let me contemplate that and talk to the media about it.
Nothing quite like a good owner's son who decides to speak at meeting or at press conferences like that. All right. So Josh Kroenke, unprompted bringing up trading Jokic. Lyle, what do you have this week?
So you know what I do when I need a trash take, right? Like when I really need one, you know what I do.
You go to, you find something in New York.
I just start scrolling Skip Bayless's Twitter.
All right.
So this might have made the rounds anyway and been the champion take on my end, even if I had not said, hey, let's find a trash take today. Because this happened a few days ago, and it certainly caught my eye, to say the least. He tweets out on Sunday night during Game 7 of the NBA Finals, the Pacers brilliantly took the big game pressure off Halliburton, who routinely no-shows, by planning the, quote, injury excuse that the media swallowed whole. That was tweeted 4 minutes before he tore his Achilles.
Come on.
That's a real tweet. He said the injury thing was made up. The media swallowed the narrative, and they're trying to basically say that, or he's trying to basically say that Tyrese Halliburton doesn't show up.
Okay, so those are the two takes. So here's how it worked. We kind of we go through it and try to figure out which is worse. an owner's son who works in the organization unpromptedly bringing up trading his best player, or Skip Bayless saying that the Tyrese Halliburton injury was fake minutes before he went down with an even worse injury with the Achilles. Where are you leaning on this one?
It's interesting. Both of these are injury related.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets said, with an injury, we don't want to go there, but we have to trade.
Right.
And then, this is. I still have to go with Jokic, the Nuggets.
You think that's worse?
I think that's worse. I mean, every single team, there's a threat of injury to one of your best, players. That's just part of the sport, part of everything. So, but the other one's so bad.
Well, here's what I'm
I don't like this
confused
game.
about. No, it's a hard game. Well, that's why you're not the trash master. Let me see if I can break this down.
Okay.
I've been thinking about it over the last few minutes. More a question about the Jokic trade or the Jokic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was he saying if there were injuries to other players, he would then have to trade Jokic because of the salary cap?
Yes, he was saying there wouldn't be enough depth, and then they would have to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the winner. Lyle, yours is really good, and it's so dumb. I can't believe Skip said that. I mean, I can because it's Skip Bayless, but I can't believe he said it. And of course, it would happen just moments before the injury gets worse. That's the kind of timing Skip has. I mean, he just has a way of saying something that just immediately gets proven to be untrue. So it's an awful take, but also I feel like going with Skip is a little cheap. That's an obvious one. It's a little too obvious.
That's why I almost put Aaron Rodgers in here, but I think we're gonna play something from him tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I just
It's too
figured
easy.
that was kind of cheating.
It's too easy. I feel like you didn't do the work. I feel like you tried to take a shortcut to the top by going and just searching Skip Bayless Twitter. So I'm going to actually end up agreeing with Brian. I'm going to say that Josh Kroenke, and Maura has it right, is the worst trash take of the week. Because I can't understand why, if you have injuries, you then need to trade your star player. That doesn't make sense. It's asinine.
Yeah.
Why
he's your star player.
Right.
He's supposed to be able to help you through that stuff, right?
Especially if the guys that are hurt aren't his dynamic, like his partner. Who cares if you lose the 10th and 11th guy on your team? Doesn't make sense.
I think he went away from that press conference saying, "What did I just say?"
I feel like that's true.
That didn't come out right.
Did you ever have to do podium press conferences as a player?
I only remember.
Were you ever asked to be
only
at the podium?
in San Diego. I wasn't ever with Seattle. I guess they didn't like the punt return. I just threw his hand up every once in a while, but they didn't want to hear about that.
No.
But in San Diego, I did occasionally, just because it was a good story, making the team, not expected,
right,
and all that. So I would do a few of those.
How was that? Does it feel different from doing a scrum, at your locker or something?
Yes and no. No, actually,
Feels the same.
that was the same. Yeah, it feels like a scrum anyway. Everyone's there, but
Same
you
kind of
just
deal.
have a little background to you instead of your locker, and usually you're dressed better. Then just pulled your shoulder pads off, helmet off, and then here's every camera's in your face.
Yeah, you got to think about how you want to show up in those post game ones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to put a hat on. You get a little more time for that.
Fluff the hair up
Fluff
or
the
something.
hair. Yeah. Do my best
You wanna
JJ
look-
Watt impression.
You
Apparently.
want to look sweaty for that?
For the podium?
Yeah. No, for the the locker room scrum.
Sure. Yeah.
I think so.
that's
You want
just-
to look like you played hard.
Yeah, but you also don't really have you're just kind of sitting there, and all of a sudden it's like, woof, here they are. So you don't really have time to even think that. But the podium one, you do.
Yeah.
Podium, you're like, all right, hey, we got you in 10 minutes. You're going to the podium.
Pearson
Okay,
comes
perfect.
over,
Here we
talks
go.
about
What am I doing?
what they're
Yeah.
going to ask you.
Exactly.
He gives you the hints.
Yeah, here's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Here's what we want you to
Here are the
say.
jerks you should avoid. That Salk guy's going to ask you this.
Oh.
All right. Well, more congratulations, Lyle. I'm sorry. Another
Thank
tough
you.
defeat for you. It was a close one, though, honestly. I mean, you were neck and neck. It's a close one.
Brian, let me ask you this. If you heard a take on the air that the WNBA was banning booing and tried to actually regulate it with fans, would you believe that?
No.
Okay, good, because that's what Brock did
That
a
was
couple
Brock's
weeks ago.
trash
was it a
take
fake
from
one?
NBA
Yeah.
Centel. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, no, there's no way. Oh, my goodness. This is fun. We do this every day.
No, just once a week. 425 says Skip Bayless take should either be considered too powerful for the segment, or there should be a separate category where everyone has to pick the worst Skip Bayless take of the week,
There you go.
and they all compete against each other. That's an interesting idea.
It is.
Maybe we'll do an all Skip Bayless trash takes at some point.
Okay. Oh wait, we do need here's the things for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Send those in through the app, and you can vote for Mariner All-Stars there as well. Go download the Seattle Sports app and leave us a message, which we'll play tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Maybe you have something to say about Brian. Brian Walters, thank you. You'll be back tomorrow, 7 to 9, before we turn it over to the pregame show. Bump and Stacy up next. The Hayes in the Barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
It's all about finding a way to get her done.
Tagging at third, Dylan Moore. He'll score easily. And the Mariners have the lead. Julio Rodriguez.
After they allowed the other team to come back, they didn't panic, found a way to get it done late.
Today, the M sent George Kirby to the mound, eyeing a fourth straight win. Mariners, Twins. First pitch today at 4:40. Wyman and Bob take you to pregame at 3:30 on the home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All